Continuing chapter 3. Good morning. Good morning. Continuing chapter 3 here. Broker salesperson relationships. Salespeople are responsible to the broker under which they're licensed under. Salespeople have no authority to make contracts or receive compensation directly on their own. You have to be associated to a broker. You have to be affiliated with a broker in order to be able to charge the public, and then you do so in the name of the brokerage under which you're employed. A salesperson is an agent of the broker, so you're a subagent of the principal because you both represent the principal. An agent of an agent is a subagent. Independent contractor versus employee. You know the difference? Independent contractors are responsible for paying their own taxes and for their own tools and insurance if they desire such coverages. Whereas an employee, the broker may, the employer may cover some of those costs, and they deduct expenses and taxes from your paychecks. That's not going to happen as an independent contractor. So keep track of your expenses so that you could reduce your taxable income by writing off your expenses against any income that you do make. Okay, like the fee that you pay to attend this class. So exam fees, licensing fees, any marketing or advertising you do, any tools you need, like if you need a new cell phone, CE classes you need to take, or anything of that nature, you know. Keep track of that so you could write it off again, because they're business expenses. You could write them off against your income that you make. It's not a bad idea to get an accountant to help you with these things. The fee that you pay the accountant is tax deductible. So there you go. Why try to take it on your own? Okay, but you got to keep track of your expenses, though. All right. That's basically talking about the same thing I just went over on the previous slide there. So independent contractor is basically self-employed, someone who's self-employed. Now, even though technically you're self-employed, you do need to follow the broker's guidance and direction to make sure that you're following the laws and rules and regulations. And they may have their own office policies too on how to conduct business, but they can't require you to have things like mandatory office meetings or mandatory floor time where you're basically a free secretary, you know. But some brokers reword that and make it sound a little nicer, and they call it opportunity time. It kind of is an opportunity, though. If you're the one that's answering the phones, it's anybody that calls up. If they're looking to sell a house or looking to buy a house, that's a lead for you, and it goes directly to you. So I guess it is kind of opportunity time, but it benefits both of you. All right, so you can keep track of your expenses in programs that you could subscribe to, like QuickBooks for self-employed. And then you got apps there that you could, in that QuickBooks Self-Employed, it has tools where you could snap pictures of receipts. You could track your mileage in your car if you wish to deduct your car expenses, you know. If you purchase a car, that's a big asset. It needs to be deducted over a period of 7 years, I believe. If you lease it, you could deduct the entire expense in the year that you paid it for paying for the car, maintenance of the car, etc. However, if it's your only car that you have, the IRS realizes you're not using it only for business, but also for personal. So you'll need to keep track of how much of the time it's being used for business and how much is being used for personal so that you can take a deduction if you're itemizing like that. Otherwise, you can take a standard deduction. Now, consult with your tax professionals on what you could deduct on your taxes. I am not a tax professional, so keep that in mind. That's my disclosure to you. Okay, but here are things that you could deduct that are business expenses. Your licensing fees, errors and omissions insurance, MLS fees, membership dues in the Realtors Associations, any education, marketing expense, obtaining health insurance if such coverage is desired, tools, equipment, and services you may need. Okay. QuickBooks Self-Employed or FreshBooks can help you out with that. So an employee is someone who works for someone else, and their employer pays all the tools. They can dictate how you do your job. Whereas an independent contractor, your employer can't tell you how to accomplish the task. They can't require you do it a certain way, unless that, of course, that is to stay within the confines of the law, of course. And your broker could have their own office policies for you to follow as well. Now, employees could get paid salaries, hourly wages, etc. But independent contractors, we get paid by commission or pay per showing or something like that. You don't get salary or hourly wages or anything that could be construed as an employer benefit. Okay, so here, let's highlight that. It's on page 34. Most salespeople are independent contractors, and independent contractors assume the responsibility for paying their own income and Social Security tax. Independent contractors, we could also highlight this on 35 at the top of the page, receive nothing from their brokers that could be considered an employee benefit. Brokers cannot require independent contractors to work certain hours or attend mandatory office meetings, nor can they pay them a salary. So the IRS actually has rules in place to determine whether you're an independent contractor or an employee. They call them safe harbor guidelines. It's a couple of questions you ask, and if any of them you ask in a certain way, boom, you're an employee, not an employer. Not an independent contractor. So your independent contractor agreement is your employment agreement with the broker. It tells you that you're responsible for your own taxes and insurance, paying your own licensing fees, etc. If you are an independent contractor, your broker can't require you to attend to work certain hours or have mandatory floor time, attend mandatory office meetings, but you also can't receive any benefit or salary or hourly wages. You'll be paid per job or on a commission basis. Okay. Now there's a sample independent contractor agreement on page 37. That's why I underlined it and I wrote page 37 under independent contractor agreement. Let's throw out the attendance poll there. All right, so you got the broker, salespeople are under the broker. Now, what determines your employee status or independent contractor status? You see in the book here, they got this side by side on page 36. Now, your broker, your commission, your compensation is a percentage or a flat fee. Commission's considered earned when you produced a ready, willing, and able buyer and your clients were under contracts. Now, even if the contract falls apart, in some circumstances, you still may be owed a commission. Now, brokers may be entitled to a commission. However, you probably have to sue to get it if those deals fall apart. If it was due to breach of contract, I doubt your clients are going to be volunteering up that money. And it's generally not a good idea to start suing your clients, right? Just to get paid your commission. What if it was a $10 million home? Sue, right? What happened? What changed? The juices suddenly weren't the squeeze, right? All right. Okay, procuring cause. We went over that earlier. I guess it's going to come up again. Procuring cause. What is that? Does anybody recall what a procuring cause is? It's when two buyer's agents are in dispute as to who's owed the commission because they were both working with the buyer. Who's owed the commission? Well, it's difficult to prove, but it's the one who did the most work leading up to the sale being the cause of the sale. So commissions between broker and licensee are established at the time of your employment in your independent contractor agreement. All right, so let's do some highlights here about when did you technically earn your commission? We get hired to sell people's properties to produce a ready, willing, and able buyer. Now, the seller's technically liable for the broker's commission when we do. A ready, willing, able buyer, what is that? That's somebody who's prepared to buy on the seller's terms, they're financially capable to, and they're ready to take positive steps towards consummation of the transaction. And like I said, if for some reason the deal falls apart after they're under contract, technically, we did our job. We produced a ready, willing, and able buyer. And if the deal falls apart because our clients breached the contract, well, that's on them. They still technically owe us a commission, but I doubt they're going to volunteer to pay it. So you would have to probably sue them in order to get it. Okay. Now, here are some circumstances when we would still be owed the commission. The owner simply changes their mind and refuses to sell. Remember, this is after you're under contract already. There's defects in the owner's title that aren't corrected. Well, when a seller puts their property on the market, they're promising any buyers out there that they're the rightful owner of the property and they're getting the property free and clear of any liens or encumbrances. Now, you could sell properties with liens or encumbrances on it, and there's no problem as long as they were disclosed before the buyer made an offer so that they could take that into consideration. But if you didn't, then they find out about it, well, they could require the seller to correct the problem. And if they refuse to, well, then they're in breach of contract. They broke the terms of the contract, and therefore, they could be liable to us for a commission, and they could be sued also by the other party. Now, the owner commits fraud with respect to the transaction. I don't know how that could happen. Maybe they put their property up for sale, but it really wasn't the wife. It was the husband's girlfriend who signed the contract. Yeah, I don't know. Just throwing some ideas out there. The owner is unable to deliver possession within a reasonable amount of time. You collect a lot of crap over the years and your house gets full, you know, they may need more time to get everything cleaned up, cleared out, and get out. But if it's unreasonable, the amount of time that they're taking, well, they're in breach of contract. The owner insists on the terms not in the listing. For example, the right to restrict the use of the property. Oh, this one's pretty interesting, actually. Did you know that when you sell your property to somebody, you could restrict how they use it? Now, this is more common in commercial real estate than it is residential, but you could find, I guess, instances in residential real estate too. Yeah, let me give you an example. Commercial real estate, this is more common. Like, say you got Shell gas stations. They want to sell one of their old properties. It hasn't been used in years, so they go to sell the property. They could put restrictions in the deed that say they can put them in the contract and then in the deed that basically say whoever buys this property can never use it as a gas station again. They don't want the competition moving in there. Or they could add in there a couple more words that say it can never be used as a gas station again unless it's a Shell gas station, to try to prevent an Exxon or some other competitor from moving in. Okay. That's pretty interesting. And sometimes they could get a little wacky too. Like, say, I think they give an example in the book of one that's pretty wacky. It's an uncle gives his property, his house, to his nephew with the condition that no alcohol be present or consumed on the property until he graduates college. Now, if he doesn't graduate college, that restriction stays with the property. And if he violates that restriction, well, the person who gave you the property or sold you the property, they could take the property back because you violated the terms of the sale. That's like Shell gas station. If they sell you one of their old properties and tell you you can't use it as a gas station again, you're like, oh, that's okay. I'm going to use it as an auto repair garage. Okay. Or you convert it to an office building or something. But a couple of years go by, you're using it as an auto garage, then you sell the property to someone else. They're aware that that restriction's in the deed as well. But then they decide, hey, you know what? We should put up a couple pumps out front. We can make some good money selling gas too. And they do that. If Shell finds out, they could take them to court and require them to turn the property back over to them without paying them a penny, because they violated the terms of the sale that were in the deed, and they were perfectly aware of it. Now, so the owner and the buyer enter into a contract, but later agree to cancel the contract. Where does that leave us? All right, now, procuring cause. I want you to write procuring cause above this next paragraph down here, because this is, it has it right there, but yeah, you can put it up there too. But right, procuring cause is the one who is owed the commission, difficult to prove, like I got written there. Because the book's definition here, it says, the broker is usually entitled to a fee, that's the commission, if they're the procuring cause of the sale. That is, they produced a ready, willing, and able buyer or bring about the meeting of the mind. We'll learn about the definition of that coming up in a minute. Where several brokers disagree as to which one brought about the sale, the one with the best claim to be the procuring cause may be difficult to prove. So it could be the one who first introduced you to the property, or it could be the one that actually wrote up the contract and then got it through attorney review, then got the appraisals taken care of and the home inspections done. And, the more work that the other agent does, the more they become the procuring cause. So it's not like a static status. It's a fluid thing. Now, a meeting of the minds is said to have taken place when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. That's a definition you need to know for the school exam. The state exam, the definition is slightly different. It's a broader meaning. It's when the parties are in agreement on all the major key points of the contract, all the details of the contract. Okay. The school exam focuses more on the financial aspect of it. So for school exam, the meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and what? Financing method. How are you coming up with the rest of the payment? Mortgage loan, cash? How's that going to work? Everybody got these highlights and these notes?
Yes.
Thank you. So here we go. The ready, willing, and able buyer. We already highlighted these notes on here. Here's just my slide talking about the same stuff that we just spoke about. Okay. So nothing new on here. And procuring cause. The explanation again. It's not the first time you've seen this slide. We've had this slide before. But it talks about how when two buyers agents are in dispute as who's owed the commission, it's difficult to prove, but the one who did the most work leading up to the sale. Now, this shouldn't be an argument as much anymore because we have to use these brokerage service agreements. And when you, the ones that are for buyers, they kind of go over who's owed the commission because they try to also, in these agreements, avoid an argument. Because if you start working with someone and they were previously working with another agent, that other agent would need to have kept a record of all the properties that they showed so they could prove they showed those properties and that they were working with somebody. If they didn't terminate their employment agreement, that brokerage service agreement, then they would still be owed the commission. So the meeting of the minds, here's the one where we got the definitions of the two definitions for meeting of the minds and what a kickback is. You know, a meeting of the minds is when the parties are in agreement on all the terms of the contract, all the details. That's the broader definition you need to know for state exam. For school exam, it's when the parties are in agreement on price, down payment, and financing method. How are you coming up with the rest of the payments? Kickbacks, well, that's giving anything of value to anyone in exchange for a lead. For example, you got a lead on a buyer or seller. Your friend gives that to you, and in exchange, you give them a valuable gift or money. First of all, who can you pay? Nobody, right? So you know something's wrong right there once you follow the money. You know that you were giving somebody a kickback. So it's illegally giving anything of value to a friend or anyone else that is unlicensed in exchange for a lead or anything of value, or giving money or gifts back to the seller. The seller's rebates are illegal still in New Jersey. Buyer's rebates are perfectly fine. Now, buyers of a primary residence can receive a buyer's rebate. It's a primary residence. That's the house you're going to be living in. It's not a second home, vacation property, investment property, or commercial property. Only the purchasers of a primary residence can receive rebates. And in order to receive a rebate, there has to be an agreement in writing from the time you start working with that buyer that you're offering a rebate, how much the rebate's going to be, and that they consult with a tax professional about the consequences of getting paid that rebate. So you shouldn't be giving kickbacks to anyone, but we are allowed to give closing gifts to buyers. You know, we have a buyer we're working with. Don't give them just some cheap bottle of wine that's going to give them a headache. Give them something that's business related that keeps on giving. I've got a couple ideas here, but you're supposed to keep these values limited. You know, let me see if we could get an answer on this. I think it was $25. I don't know if they ever raised it or not. Let me minimize this slide for a second and ask my AI friend here a question real quick, okay? Let's ask, pull up my AI and ask the question. In New Jersey, maximum cost of a real estate closing is licensed real estate agents give without it considering a being a kickback. Now let's see, what does it say? It says in New Jersey, there's no maximum dollar amount for closing gifts that a licensed real estate agent may give as long as the gift is not tied to a referral or any settlement service business. RESPA Section 8 has a no de minimis small gift exception, meaning even a $5 gift is legal if it is illegal if it is tied to referrals. And even a $500 gift is legal if it is simply a thank you with no strings attached. Wow. Good luck. That could easily. I asked that question to the Copilot here in Windows AI, and that's the answer that it gave here. But I would say tread lightly and contact the real estate commission on this because more than likely, you give somebody a $500 closing gift, that can be construed as a buyer's rebate. And rebates cannot be paid by us or directly. So I wouldn't give a gift that big.
I've seen some people show off some expensive closing gifts for.
Yeah, and they can get in trouble for that with the real estate commission. See, there's different laws here. See, they're talking about RESPA law. RESPA laws deal with the lenders. So RESPA laws prohibits giving anything of value in exchange for referrals connected to settlement services, inspections, title, or anything. The definition of things of value is extremely broad. Cash, gift cards, discounts, trip, office supplies, event tickets, etc. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau explicitly states there's no small gift exception. A $5 latte is treated the same as a $2,000 vacation if it's tied to referrals. And closing gifts to your own clients are allowed because they're not considered referral payments. But it's easy to construe. How do you know how do you distinguish what's a gift and what's a referral fee? Or
I guess it depends on if you got a referral from that person.
well, let's just say it's the buyer, the buyer rebate. They need to be in writing. You can't pay it. It has to be a direct deduction from our commission at closing. So I would say to keep your closing gifts, not at a huge expense, and try to keep them business related. A gift that keeps on giving. Plus, that becomes a tax write-off. Then gifts cannot be written off, right? So giving things. I'm going to give you a couple ideas of closing gifts that could be used for you to get more leads in the future and a reason to reach back out to your clients. Let's see. Thank you. It's not conditioned on the client sending you future business, and it is not connected to steering towards the lender. Examples of compliant gifts: $50 to $300 housewarming baskets, Home Depot or Amazon gift cards. Yeah. Before you do any of that, I would definitely talk to the real estate commission and ask them, because that don't sound too copacetic. These are illegal kickbacks under RESPA. Okay, that's different. That's financing. The IRS allows $25 per recipient per year as a deductible business gift. Okay, so that's separate from RESPA. That's the IRS. This does not limit what you can give, only what you can deduct. You know, if you give a gift, a closing gift to people. So there's no maximum closing gift amount. The only rule is that it must not be tied to referrals or settlement service steering. Yeah, I've talked to the real estate commission first, though. Could we also add in here? Let's see. See if they give us an answer to this. See, that's walking a tightrope. Really going down a rabbit hole here. I would say keep your closing, if you do give closing gifts, that you should keep the value on them, limit the value on them. Don't keep them don't go too high with them, because it could be construed as a kickback. Or a referral that's not being paid out properly. Because those need to be in writing at the time that you start working with them. That's walking a little tightrope there. It's more perception. Okay, so closing gifts, I would say to keep them around $25. I mean, I've given ones that are more, but you got to just try to make sure it's not something that could be construed as being a splitting your commission with them, giving them a rebate. So things like giving them customized magazine subscriptions from like a company called Finder Media. Yeah.
Isn't a rebate like previously discussed? Maybe that's the difference, because the gift is more of a surprise.
A rebate is required to be in writing at the beginning of the relationship, but who's to say that you didn't give a rebate without there being anything in writing?
Because they didn't know about it until I gave it to them.
Well, you, the real estate agent, did it the wrong way. You gave your rebate the wrong way. You know.
No, I don't want to give a rebate. I'm saying.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but you're arguing semantics. The perception can be that you, especially if it's something that's a larger value, or if it's money even, that could be construed as a rebate. You know, and not.
Can my argument be that I hadn't previously discussed this with the buyer?
That's why I say talk to the real estate commission before you do it, because it can be construed as a rebate. So you got to be careful. I've seen a lot of people get in trouble for this, giving rebates the wrong way. They didn't have an agreement in writing. They just paid it out of their own pocket. I'll give you some examples. They're going to come up on screen. I'll have some from that disciplinary actions page on the real estate commission site. And so it's like, you could call it whatever you want. If they consider it to be a rebate or a kickback of some sort, you know, that's why you got to be careful about it. So I think like gifts like this, closing gifts like this, magazine subscriptions, there's no way you're going to misinterpret that as being a kickback or a rebate. You know, branded cutting boards. You know, maybe it has the family's name burnt into it. It's those thick, high quality cutting boards. And then on the other side, in the corner, you've got maybe your contact info and your real estate company's info there. You know, it's a little branded gift, you know. How about this one is actually pretty sharp. I've seen these before where they're branded caricature portraits, like a big picture that's framed that goes on the wall. You take a picture of the family and you have a caricature made up of the picture of a family in front of the house. Caricatures. It's like a cartoon that's made up of them, looking like them. People love stuff like that. It's really cool. And then in the bottom right, kind of nondescript, not in your face, will be your branding there that this was a gift from Victor Kaminsky of Jersey Brokers for, a closing gift, you know. And then this way I could stay in front of them. So other people, they come to their house. Oh, wow, that's a nice painting. Where'd you get that? Oh, it was a closing gift from my agent. And then you got who's your agent? Oh, even if they forget years later, oh, it's down at the bottom right corner over there. Boom. It's you get business from these types of closing gifts. Instead of a bottle of wine, you give them a cheap bottle of wine or box of wine. They get a headache and they forget about you. Except, well, maybe they won't forget about the headache. You know where I'm coming from. But this reminder media, there used to be these books, these catalogs that were sent to us all the time at our brokerages. There was a company that had these closing gift ideas. They sold all kinds of different kinds of closing gifts. I'm sure they're still out there, but let's see this. Reminder Media. I'm just giving you guys some ideas here. Here's Reminder Media. They have a bunch of different magazines. They're all customized. Look, this is the real estate agent. She puts her picture there. She got her name up top, compliments of her. It looks like a professionally published magazine that she may be publishing herself, that she makes. It has her contact info, her company's logo and information there. Now they have a couple different styles of magazines. They also have them in print or electronic. I would not send the electronic ones because people could just unsubscribe from them or mark them as spam. Magazines, they tend to keep them around, maybe look at them a little bit in the future. They got some good ideas on how to garden, how to fix things in the house, how to decorate things during the holidays, how to cut a pumpkin, crap like that, Let's see. What is this guy saying? I don't know. Let's see.
Increase in business I've had year over year, definitely attributed to American Lifestyle as a whole, building my brand. It's a great
Enlarge
way for them to see I do something that gives back, that gives them something fun to read every other month.
He called us up years later because of the magazine, and we had met with him in living room and his wife, and he says we don't visit Arizona as much as we used to, so we're thinking about selling and going back to our home. And so, but he had stopped us in the middle of our listing presentation and says, by the way, and he grabbed the magazine and he said, why do you guys spend so much money on this piece and send it to us every other month or every 3 months? And Josie looked at him and went, you called us, didn't you? That's all we needed. He said, you remembered that we were in the business and we stopped over and we sold about $800,000 house. So from that standpoint of view, the magazine paid for itself in one deal for many, many, many times over.
I like to send American Lifestyle to every one of my clients. Making sure that my clients remember me is essential to my future business because I've built my business at this point. It's about 80% built on referral. Marketing isn't supposed to be something where I'm constantly knocking you over the head. It's something where you appreciate the information I'm providing and you find value in it.
So one of our clients we have on the mailing list for American Lifestyle magazine, and as a result of receiving the magazine and seeing our logo, they referred us out, and from American Lifestyle magazine, from that referral, we wound up getting 2 luxury high-end custom home builds. And that was a fantastic job to land. One was over the 800 mark, and the other was our very first job over the $1 million mark.
I was just having a conversation with an agent that I just recruited from another company. And in the last year and a half, he's had 2 transactions, an average sales price of over $700,000 directly from this magazine. He only has 50 people that he sent his magazine to. If you're spending $1 to make another $1, it doesn't make sense. But there's certain things you can't put value on. Well, you can when you get a referral fee and you make a $25,000 commission. One of these issues costs $3 to go out, approximately. So, you know, you could do one sale in 10 years you already paid for. So I can't think of anything else that I can spend $3 on and get this much of a return on.
And it's consistent with that kind of thinking that I think any real estate agent who's really serious about making a commitment into the industry, and if you really want to learn how to do professional marketing, and marketing requires spending some money. And I think smart dollars are well spent with the American Lifestyle magazine.
So, I mean, it makes sense, right? Having, putting money back in your business to make more money, you know, and what's the easiest way to get more clients? It could be expensive to develop new clients, but an easy way to get clients is to follow up with your satisfied ones that you've already worked with. You know, the way to keep in touch with them. This magazine also gives an excuse for you to follow up with them. Have you been getting the magazine? You know, I just want to check up with you. It's been a couple of months since I sold you the home. How are things going in the house? You know, everything going all right over there? How you settling in? You know, I set you up on a subscription for a magazine. Have you started getting that yet? Yeah, it gives all kinds of tips and things. You know, that you've seen they give you like cooking ideas too, and you know, decorating ideas and how to repair stuff. It's a professionally produced magazine. People actually like it. I've actually set people up on these subscriptions before, forgot all about them. You know, I got a call from them saying that they stopped getting the magazine that I published. They thought that I made it, and they wanted to see if they could get back on the list again because they liked the magazine. You know, that's pretty neat. I'm staying in front of them, even though I was like, "Who's this?" You know, but they remember me, and that matters because when it's time for them to sell their house again, or maybe if they've got friends or family or coworkers, acquaintances that are looking to buy or sell real estate, I'm on top of their mind still, and they would refer me. You know, that's awesome. And like that video just showed, if you could spend just a couple of bucks on this and have one deal, will more than pay for years and many clients you subscribing to this. I mean, the commissions themselves speak for themselves. You know, one deal would more than pay for itself. And it's cheaper to get a lead from past clients, to develop a lead from past clients than it is for new ones. And this is actually a very good idea to do. Let me see, when we scroll down here somewhere, they give, maybe not there. Where is it? They're branded magazines. Yeah, I would kind of avoid the digital marketing platform because that they could easily just spam it, you know. But getting the magazines or even postcards still. Let's see. So the branded magazines, they got a couple of different options you could select from too. I guess it depends what business that you're in. Like real estate agents, insurance, financial advisors, business owners of different kinds. You got American Lifestyle magazine. All right, where are the other kinds? Oh, here they are. So we got 4 magazine choices. We got the Home and Garden magazine, Lifestyle Design magazine, Health and Fitness, or Business. I wouldn't give them either one of these. These two are related. So you got the American Lifestyle, that's the Lifestyle and Design magazine, or Good to Be Home. These are real estate related. And you see how they could be branded with your photo on there and your contact info. People really like this stuff, you know, and if it generates leads, one closing that's, you know, thousands of dollars in commission, it's more than worth it. So that's reminder media for real estate agents here. If you like, I could share that link. Click on that again. That's a good idea for a closing gift. I think so anyway. Okay, so I shared that magazine with you guys in the chat window there. So, I mean, it's good to have, if you give a closing gift, it's a good idea to give some kind of a closing gift that keeps your focus on you. It's a business. It's a good it's a business thing. It's something that would give a good reason for you to follow up and give them a call. And then when you call them up, you know, and you ask them, hey, how's it, you know, do the small talk, how's it going? Are you getting that magazine I sent you? Hope you like it. I subscribe you to it for a couple of years. If you don't like it, then, you know, let me know. Otherwise, you know, I could, you know, renew that for you as well. So if you keep getting it. I hope you're happy with the service that I provided for you when I helped you find a home. As you know, our business relies heavily on referrals. So I'd like to just take this time and ask you, out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, who do you think would be next to make a move? You see the way I phrased that? I didn't ask them, do you know anybody looking to buy or sell? That's a closed-end question. The answer would be yes or no. And they could shut you down really quick. And it doesn't cause them to think. But if you ask them in this way, you ask them an open-ended question. You ask them, out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think would be next to make a move to sell or buy real estate? Now they're gonna, you know, human nature, your mind starts thinking, you know, even if your intent wasn't really to try to help, now you start thinking, who do I know is next to make a move? Oh yeah, you know what? That one person, they just got married at work. I think they're looking to buy a house now. Okay, would you mind introducing me to them? Don't give me their phone number or contact information, because now I'm still a stranger reaching out of the blue. But if somebody that they know and trust or like or they're friends with, you know, reaches, you know, puts them in contact with their realtor, there's a higher likelihood that they'll do business with you, right? So that's part of marketing. That's part of sales. And what's the license type you guys are trying to get? Salesperson, right? So learn how to sell it. Learn how to sell. This is part of it, you know, generating those leads, getting that business. Don't rely on your brokers to spoon feed you business, to spoon feed you leads. You'll starve. You'll fail out of this business real quick. Okay. People who are going to fail out of real estate business, they usually do so within the first 6 months to a year. Okay. So have some sort of a strategy, a plan. Get the training from your brokers to be successful. A good broker to be with is somebody who's going to train you how to get the business yourself. They're not going to have you reliant on them giving you, spoon feeding you leads that then you either learn to develop into clients or you just piss them away. You know, another training broker should give you on how to convert a lead into a sale, into a client, you know. I don't know. Those are just some of the tips I'd like to share. Okay, so look, here's an example of somebody who gave a rebate and they didn't do it the right way. Because like I said, The rebate must be in writing and signed at the beginning of the business relationship, explaining that the broker is offering a rebate, how much the rebate's going to be, and it needs to be paid in the form of a credit or check at closing by the closing agent, not by you or your broker. So an agent cannot offer a buyer rebate unless the broker allows it, and all parties in the transaction were aware that a rebate was being given. All right. So this guy, Michael Danziger from Monmouth County, what did he do? He failed to deal fairly with all parties subject to a transaction in violation of the administrative code and in violation of New Jersey statutes, in that he paid money out of his sale commission for the transaction without entering into a written agreement for the payment of the rebate, which is not paid in the form of a credit. So he just gave them cash or a gift, I'm not sure. Danziger shall complete 3 hours of CE in the area of agency law and relationships, which won't count towards the continuing education requirement for his license renewal. And he got a fine of $7,500. Could you imagine? You give somebody a closing gift or a rebate, and somebody reported you because how did they find out about it? And then you get a fine of $7,500 for being so kind to give back. All right, that's pretty messed up. I don't know who did that or what went down there, but I guess you could, if you go to the Real Estate Commission's website and you could search those disciplinary actions pages. This one happened in 2019. Where it's blue, where it says consent order, you could click on that and it brings up the hearing transcript of everything that happened at the hearing. What the charges were, what was said, what happened. Okay? So you get more details and stuff like that. All right. Salesperson compensation determined by mutual agreement between the broker and the salesperson at the time of employment in your independent contractor agreement. Now, it's not something you just go in there and say, I want to get paid this much. Okay. Especially as a new agent, your broker will laugh you out of the office. You know, you have no history of performance. You've done no business yet you're demanding high commission rates. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. And each broker has their own policy on how much they're going to pay you. One broker can't set their policy based on another's down the street because they have different expenses. They have different offices. They may have different amounts that they can be able to stay in business, earn a living, and still make sure their agents are compensated well. So that amount really depends on that agreement there. So read your agreements, and there's a lot of different kinds of commission schemes out there. I'm not saying scheme in a negative way, just schema, schemes. There's a lot of different ways that they could be structured. So like I told you, I could review them with you. If you start interviewing around with brokers, I could look for like little red flags or things that you follow-up questions you should maybe ask. I could help you out with that. But I'm not going to tell you who to go to or where to go. Now, commissions are usually split between the broker and their salesperson. What that split amount is will be defined in your independent contractor agreement. Now, the salesperson's share of the commission must be paid only by the agent's broker. Who can you be paid by? Only your broker. And they got to pay you within 10 days of receipt of that commission or as soon as the check clears. Okay, so let's highlight that down there because that is probably an exam question. The broker doesn't have to pay you a commission if they didn't get paid yet, if they didn't get it, right? So the real estate commission requires that unless agreed upon otherwise, the salesperson's share of the commission must be paid by the broker within 10 days of receipt by the broker. The only exception being a case where the commission check has not yet cleared. I had a broker once, and he had a pretty good policy, looking at it from a manager's perspective, that he would only give out the payment of the commissions at the office meetings. You know, so you come to the office meeting on Saturday or whenever or Tuesday or whenever he had the office meetings, and that's where he would hand out the commission checks, and he'd call you up to the podium. He'd be like, "Okay, we've got a commission check here for you. Okay, you want to tell us a little bit about how you found this client and how they came about?" And then everybody in the crowd is like, all the other agents, they're like, "Oh yeah, how did you get them? How did you get that client? Wow." And you could get some ideas of how to get how they got their clients. And we got this agent here with a $25,000 check commission. And everybody's like, "Wow, that's a big one." And then how did you get it? They get up there, they talk about it a little bit, and it's a little bit of encouragement for the other agents too. It's actually a really good idea to do that at office meetings. Even though some agents are like, "I want my commission as soon as it's ready. I got bills to pay." It's not a bad idea at the weekly office meetings or whatnot to have them then. Okay. Creation of agency with the sellers and buyers is created by the contractual agreement. It's a special agency relationship, best created by some sort of a written agreement, whether it's in the brokerage service agreements or some other document, like an exclusive listing agreement, exclusive agency agreement, buyer agency agreement, a designated agency or disclosed dual agency agreement. The first time you tell people about agency and the different types of ways we can work with you is in the CIS form, right? The consumer information statement. And who do you got to give that to?
The buyer.
Anyone you intend to do business with for residential property. The only exception is short-term leases less than 125 days. All right, so when do you give it? First thing, even before you discuss their motivation or financial situation. That's on page 45. Caught up here. Page 45. Okay. This is towards the bottom of the page, furnishing the consumer information statement. Towards the top of the page was this, disclosure of agency. Okay. Everybody got those notes for those, both of those? This one and that one? That's the top of page 45. You're highlighting the first 4 lines pretty much. And then bottom page 45 says when you got to give it. So the top of the page says who you got to give it to. And towards the bottom here where I'm having you highlight is when do you got to give it before you even talk to them about their finances or motivation. All right, so once again, here's another version of the my notes here. The CIS, Consumer Information Statement, safe to give to anyone you intend to do business with, even though it's only required to be given to owners, buyers, renters of residential transactions. It's not required for short-term rentals, less than 125 days, or commercial properties. The CIS is a disclosure of business relationships, describing the different ways an agency can work with or represent someone. It's the first document given to anyone you intend to do business with. It's required before any discussion of the consumer's motivation or financial situation is initiated. It's the first thing you give to anyone you intend to do business with. And if working as a dual agent, informed consent to dual agency agreement is required for you before you could represent both parties. Or if you're going to be working as a designated agent, you're going to need a designated agency agreement. Yes, Scarlett, you had a question?
Can you please go back to the previous slide?
Previous slide. That one? This
Yeah.
is the bottom. This is the bottom of page 45 under furnishing
Thank
the
you.
consideration statement. You're welcome. Okay. So for both dual agents and designated agents, there are 4 versions of the that form before you could work as a dual agent or a designated agent. There's one version for a buyer, one for a seller, one for a landlord, and one for a tenant. They all pretty much say the same thing. You could probably put make 2 versions of it. One for the owner, which could be the seller or landlord, and one that would apply for a buyer or tenant. Because otherwise everything is the same except for what you call them on the form. Okay, everybody got that? Who wanted this? I think we had a slide like this in chapter 1 too, but if you never snapped the picture of it, this is everything you need to know about the CIS form pretty much. All right, how do we terminate an agency relationship? Well, agency relationship may be terminated by any of the following: death or incompetency of either party. Yeah, you're not of sound mind. You have a mental disease or defect. You go insane, get Alzheimer's, dementia. You can't be in contracts with people who are not of sound mind or who are dead, right? Destruction or condemnation of the property. Your listing burned down. So now, what are you selling here? Condemnation of the property. Well, that could be 2 things. Condemnation could be the fire official comes in and condemns the property, says people can't go in there because it's dangerous. Or condemnation could also mean that the city or state is taking the property by eminent domain. Okay. So, but I think this one means that it's unsafe to enter here. But that's another version of condemnation. Condemnation is actually the process of taking the property through the court system. It's known as condemnation. Expiration of the term of the agency. Extend your listing or extend your agency relationship agreement. Mutual agreement to terminate the agency. Both parties can agree to back out. Renunciation by the agent. The agent can decide they don't want to work with you no more for whatever reason. Maybe you're practicing discrimination or something and they don't want to deal with you or get in trouble for that. Revocation by the principal. Oh, I got a note attached to this one. Your clients, if they just don't want to work with you and they want to cancel, keep in mind, they may still owe us a commission if they sell the property or relist it. So if you terminate your agency relationship, that does not terminate your contractual agreement, the listing agreement. So the original listing agreement still holds true. So if they still manage to sell the property on their own, you could cancel the agency agreement and pull down the listing. But unless you give them what's called an unconditional release from the listing, we're still entitled to a commission if they sell the property on their own or if they relist it and sell it with another agency. What that just does is means that they're going to have to pay us a commission and another agency a commission. So you got to warn them of that. If you got an owner that says, you know what, I want to terminate my listing. I just changed my mind. We don't want to sell. Okay, no problem. Let me just inform you, though, that if you do change your mind and you want to sell the property and put it back on the market or whatever, let me know because If you just do it on your own or you relist with a different agency before our original agreement expires, we are still owed a commission. And if they ever bring up to you, yeah, you know what, I changed my mind, I don't want to sell no more. And then they ask you, oh, is this an unconditional release? You do this. You lean back in your chair and be like, no, it's not. But you're not planning on selling anyway, you just said, right? So it shouldn't really matter. Unconditional release is usually asked for. Most people don't talk like that. That's usually when another agent is whispering sweet nothings in their ear, trying to woo you away from me, by making some kinds of lofty promises, trying to steal my clients from me. Now, I don't know what they promised you or what's going on there, because most people don't ask for an unconditional release of a listing. It's just not the way people talk. So if you don't mind me asking, who's the agent that is trying to woo you away from me? Because I would tell you to use caution. I don't know what kind of promises they're making to you, or maybe agreeing to lower commissions or whatever it is. Just keep in mind that this agent is aware that it is against the law to solicit the business of another broker, and they are knowingly willing to break the law just to get your business. How soon do you think they'll throw you under the bus, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, just to make the commission on the closing? Do you think they care about you at all? They're willing to break the law just to get you as a client. Do you think they really care about you and not just the money? See, I'm willing to let that all go by. I still would like to represent you and work with you. But who was it that was trying to take you away from me to begin with? I'd like to have a conversation with them if you don't mind. And then I'll report them to the real estate commission and file a formal complaint. Screw them. They're trying to take my business away, right? You report them. Yeah. Don't just let that crap fly by. All right.
So what's the definition of an unconditional release when someone is trying to take their business away from
You're
the
you're not just
primary client?
Yeah, you're not just canceling the listing, but you're giving them a unconditional release that they no longer owe you a commission if they sell it on their own, or they're free to relist with another company, and there's no conditions that say that we're still entitled to a commission if they still sell it before that original listing term expires. That's what an unconditional release basically does. Because usually we terminate the listing, but it's conditioned. It's based on if they still sell the property, we still get paid if it's within the term of that original listing. So that's the difference there.
How long are the agreements usually?
Between you and your client. You could go in there and get a week listing, a month listing. I wouldn't do that. The minimum listing period that I ever took, I think, was 3 months, but I usually do 6 months to a year. I don't enter into a discussion with the client asking them how long, because now they start thinking and then they give you some kind of incredibly short period. So I just write down 6 months to a year. And then I say, if they question it, I say, listen, I need you to help me help you sell your property. And so I need the time. I mean, I'd like to sell your house the first day it's on the market, but that's not realistic. It could happen. Which, by the way, I'd like to talk to you about that too, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, because if I do list your property and I do find a buyer the first week it's on the market, what are you going to do? Would you accept the offer if you got a full price offer? It sounds kind of silly to ask that, but you should, because I've had situations before where I took a listing and I got an offer in the first week on the property, and the seller's like, "Oh, that's too quick. You know what? I think you underpriced it. I think we could get more money." So they did a counter offer for a higher price, and the buyer walked away. They said, "Screw you," and they took off. We offered a full asking price and you're jacking up the price and denying it now? Screw you. And then this was for a year listing I had, by the way. And so they thought that I just didn't ask that I suggested too low of a listing price, and because the offer came in so quick. They never got another offer on the property for the rest of the year. That's what greedy gets you, you know. That's why it's important to ask that question to sellers, you know, because I like to explain to them right from the onset at the time I'm getting that listing. I'll tell them, listen, if we get a buyer for you the first week the property's on the market, I doubt it's going to happen, but if we do, are you prepared to accept it? And not get freaked out thinking that it was, oh, maybe we offered too low of a price. Because if you are successful enough that you get a full price offer for your listing on the first week the property's on the market, you know, all the stars were in alignment for you right there. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You put the house on the market at the right time. We priced it right. We found a buyer that was looking for a home in this area that met the criteria in this price range. They struck while the iron's hot. Accept the offer. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, because I have had clients before that had then decided, oh, well, maybe we should ask for more. Maybe we could get more money out of it. And they never got another offer again. So do you want to be that person? So I tell people this up front at the beginning, because it does happen, and you got to explain that to them up front so that they don't become one of those statistics.
Well, wouldn't that also be under the client's discretion? If they want to accept the offer, because we're technically still working under their best interest.
Yeah.
But we're Mhm.
Yeah, it is. But, we don't just pull numbers out of thin air to tell you how much your home is worth. We do CMAs. We do an analysis. We look up the other homes similar to yours in this area that are similar in size, style, age, amenity, condition. And we make adjustments for the differences to come up with a narrower price range to price the home properly. Now, sellers all the time think that their home is like worth this, but really it's right down here. The value should be down here. So we're always arguing with them about the price anyway. And listen, you don't want my evaluation. Why don't you pay for an appraisal? Oh, they don't want to put any money out of their pocket. The appraiser will tell them it's probably worth even less, so than our estimate. But so we're already butting heads with them on value, and it happens a lot. And so that's another skill you need to develop, not just pricing the property, but then you could be all spot on, all educated, know exactly how to price the property properly. You put all this work and research into it. And then the seller's like, well, I want a gazillion dollars for it anyway. And you think you're stupid. What are you doing? Where are you getting that money from? Where are you getting that price from?
So what if the seller doesn't want to listen to you, or say for example,
It's their
you do
property.
want them.
It's their property. You list it then at whatever, but you try to object to it, because you got to give them explanations. Let them know. Listen, when people overprice the property, you get the most activity on that listing when the property first hits the market. People see it as a new listing, and that's when you get the most activity. But if you overprice it from the beginning, people are going to come by. They're going to be like, they're freaking insane. And they're not going to go see the property. Or they come by to look at it expecting a house in this price range, but then what they see is like a much lower quality house in this price range. And but if you start searching for homes and actually start doing tours of homes, just as research, look for homes in a certain price range, and you're going to see a certain commonality with them. you bump up the price range that you're gonna search for homes, maybe $25,000, $50,000 more. You're gonna actually start to see and notice differences in the quality of the house, maybe the sizes, how repairs are done, the structure itself, the layouts. Go up a little bit higher in value. You're going to start really starting to notice differences, okay, as you start creeping up in different price ranges. I've done this with friends before that were clients, where they wanted to see, like, well, you're approved for this amount, but we only want to search down here. So we started searching down here, looked at 1,000,000 homes. They couldn't find anything that they liked or needed so much work or was in shit condition, Just so then they're like, okay, we're prepared to look in this price range now. I was like, okay, it's getting better, but it's still, so, I mean, I would still take them out. And it took a very long time with people like that. It takes a long time to find them something, because they want to see like every property on the market. And you're not really doing a good job as an agent allowing them to do that. You should explain to them, listen, let's go on a tour of a couple properties. Let's not waste our time on this, because what you're looking for, you're not going to find in your price range, in the price range that you dictated. You're approved for this much. I don't want you to spend all your money and be, strung out at the higher end of what you could borrow, but get at least in the happy medium towards that upper range, because you're going to see a significant difference. Now, are you wanting a house that needs a lot of work? We can look in the lower price ranges there, but I want you just not to waste your time, because you're not going to find something that's perfect in that range or what you're looking for. So, and you could see it if you do these tours on your own, you'll see it. So it does make a difference. But I would have the conversation with the seller, the owner, at the time I'm listing the property, about the dangers of overpricing the property. Because your first price reduction, see, when we talk to sellers, often they argue with us about our commission, how much we're charging. They argue with us over 1%. Do you know that when they overprice a property, their first price reduction is usually more than the entire commission we were going to charge them? Yet they'll sit there and argue with us over 1% of commission. What, you don't think I'm worth it? But yet your first price reduction to get an offer is going to be more than the entire commission that I charge. So how does that even make sense? And look, you could take that CMA workshop class from the Ottawa group. I gave you that link, OTTEAU.com. Those appraisers that give that class that teach us how to value properties, and they'll tell you the same thing. When a property's been overpriced and on the market for a while, it gets stale to the market. Shoppers that are going around, they're like, oh no, I've seen that one. They're overpriced. It's been on the market for a while. The only thing that will entice them to come see it now would be a significant price drop. So those are the dangers of overpricing your home. All right. Revocation by the principal, bankruptcy of either party. What is the purpose of bankruptcy? It's to get people out of financial obligations, not to get them into new ones, into contractual obligations. Usually if somebody is in bankruptcy, unless the real estate has been discharged as an asset of that bankruptcy, you can't sell that property. Okay, so don't even bother trying to get the listing. If a person is in bankruptcy, you got to ask them, has the court discharged the real estate as an asset of the bankruptcy? Usually they don't. They do not. So 99.99999% of the time, if somebody's in bankruptcy, you can't sell their house. Okay, so just be aware of that. Now, that if they file bankruptcy while you got a listing, what does that do to your listing? You're probably not going to be able to sell it. And there's different kinds of bankruptcy. Not all bankruptcy just discharges debt and cancels contracts. It's Chapter 7, Chapter 11, Chapter 13 bankruptcies. Bankruptcy is a tool that's available. Don't look down on people that file bankruptcy either, by the way. Sometimes people just fall on financial hardships. Things happen and they have no other choice but to file for bankruptcy. Bankruptcy, there are types of bankruptcy that could help you restructure your debt that makes it more manageable for you to make the payments to pay back what you owe. Then there's other types of bankruptcy that could discharge some of the debt. Okay, so there's different types of bankruptcy out there. So don't look down on somebody because they filed bankruptcy. If you got a buyer that filed bankruptcy recently, most likely they're not going to be able to buy a house. Okay, so that should be one of the questions that you ask in the interview process with buyers. With sellers, you got to ask them, is their property currently in distress? Have you filed for bankruptcy? Are you in danger of foreclosure? Are you getting a divorce? Things of that nature. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Has a sheriff's auction been scheduled for your home? Important things to know before we get involved with them. And then completion or fulfillment for the purpose for which the agency was created. Congratulations, you sold their house. Why do you need an agency relationship with them anymore? Okay. You could maintain a relationship and be friends, Make sure you invite me to your house party or your housewarming party. I've got invites. That's another part that's good in real estate. You get invites to housewarming parties sometimes when people have them. Not everybody has housewarming parties, but sometimes they do, and they would invite their real estate agent. If you had a good relationship with them anyway. All right. So you guys highlight that, put a box around that, or just snap a picture of this because I wrote all these things in here, all these additional notes in here. Not a bad idea just to snap a picture of that and just add it to your notes. It's on page 48. Okay, everybody good? All right, having the buyer as the principal, we should have some sort of a written agreement in place with them. Exclusive buyer's agency agreement is a good idea. We're all required now to have those brokerage service agreements. So, exclusive buyer agency agreement, not needed as much anymore unless it's integrated with the brokerage service agreement. They tend to cover things a lot better, and it's required now by law. The payment of the fee does not create the agency relationship. The signing of a contract where they're hiring you, that's what creates the agency relationship. CIS form, if it has check boxes on it, can describe how you intend to work with them as of now. These new CIS forms no longer have those check boxes. They used to. So, I guess you could customize it. Just make sure if you customize it, you don't shrink down the font size to anything less than 12 points. That's what the law requires. Minimum 12-point font size. Information and informed consent to dual agency agreement, exclusive buyer's agency agreement, designated agency agreement, listing agreements often will have what type of agency you're planning on representing them as, and or any brokerage service agreement. That's really the ultimate right there, to have it disclosed. And that's the contract you're signing. And payment options are retainer, flat fee, commission splits, or pay per showing. We don't get paid by the hour or salary. What is dual agency? What is dual agency? We spoke about it a bit. Anybody? You all look frozen. Did you freeze? Can you guys hear me?
So the agent those agent who represent the buyer and seller at the same time.
Yeah, it could be you as an agent are working with both the buyer and the seller, or it could be you're working with the buyer and another agent from your brokerage is working with the seller. You're both working under the same broker, under the same roof. So it's the agency relationship. The agency is representing both buyer and seller in a transaction. So both of those scenarios, whether it is you as the individual salesperson is working with both the seller and the buyer, or it could be two different agents from the same company, one working with the seller, one working with the buyer, that's still dual agency. Unless your broker designated you one agent to work with the seller and one with the buyer. This new type of agency called designated agency is where the company still represents both parties in the transaction. So the broker is a dual agent, but he assigns individual agents, one to work only as a buyer's agent with the buyer and one to work only as a seller's agent with the seller. Okay, and they should not be sharing information that their clients have told them. Okay. That's another option too. But right now we're talking about dual agency. So in order to work as a dual agent, there's nothing wrong with dual agency, but undisclosed dual agency is illegal. So it must be disclosed. So you have the CIS form that you give them and have them sign, and it tells them the different ways that we can work with them. And then you give them the disclosed dual informed consent to dual agency agreement form to sign, which basically gives us permission to work as a dual agent. So you're going to need both that seller and the buyer to sign their own form for that. There's not one form that they both put their signatures on. There's a separate form for each one for the dual agency where they give us permission to work as a dual agent. Okay? And all it does is it goes over what the possible risks are to work as a dual agent. And it really isn't anything that makes any sense anyway, because there is no risk to work as to allow your agent to be a dual agent unless that agent doesn't know how to keep their mouth shut and you tell them something in confidence and they go blabbing it to the other side. That's the only time. Because the informed consent to dual agency agreement says right on it, your agent can't give you the full fiduciary duties that you deserve because they can't provide to you the full amount of loyalty because they can't go back and report to you information that they learn from the other side. Well, you shouldn't be learning information from the other side that would give them an advantage unless the agent opened their mouth and disclosed something they weren't supposed to disclose anyway. So you would need an agent to violate their fiduciary duties to their client for you to learn any information like that to begin with. And that's, not a common thing. It does happen, but it's not a common thing. So it's not like you're being disadvantaged allowing your agent to work as a dual agent, because agents shouldn't be violating their fiduciary duties to their clients. Right? So working as a dual agent, you'll have information from both sides and you just can't share that information with the other side. That's it. That's the only difference. Can't put one as a priority over the other. Can't pick favorites. So nothing wrong with informed dual agency. Undisclosed dual agency is illegal. You can't place one client's interest above another, like I just said. Salespeople must remain neutral when their agency acts as a dual agent. Agents cannot provide the highest level of loyalty or disclosure when acting as a dual agent because they cannot report information disclosed to them in confidence by the other party, which shouldn't happen even if you're only representing your client in a single agency form, as a buyer's agent only or seller's agent. The other side should not be disclosing information that was told to them in confidence anyway. If they do, you would have to report it back to the other side, but that shouldn't be happening in most cases anyhow. Now, if one client is okay with dual agency, but the other is not, you can't work as a dual agent. Okay, so the agent can represent the one client as their agent and still work with the other, but as a transaction broker. You can't represent them with the full fiduciary duties. So there's no agency representation, or they could be assigned to another broker to work with them or to another agent to work as a designated agent. with one of the parties and another with the other. But that needs to be disclosed as well. You need permission to work as a designated agent as well. Page 49. Here's let me see. I wrote up here a sample. Informed consent to dual agency is on page 51. And while dual agency itself is not illegal, undisclosed dual agency is. And when working with a buyer as a seller's agent, licensees must be careful not to give the buyer the impression that they're the agent's client. So in other words, let's just say you're sitting in an open house. Somebody walks in off the street. You're going to be having all this small talk with them. Hey, how long you been looking for a home? Have you been pre-qualified for a mortgage loan yet? And you start giving them all this, furnishing all this guidance and direction to them. They may start to get the idea that you're representing them. You know, and even worse, sometimes the agent does. Okay, but you're not. So simply giving the buyer the mandated consumer information statement is not enough. Salespeople working with customers should be careful at all times not to use such terms as my buyer, which could actually be construed as creating an inadvertent dual agency relationship, right? Unless they sign that form giving them consent to work as a dual agent, don't start referring to them as my buyer when you're already representing the seller. All right, so you got to give them that CIS form and then have them sign either a dual agency agreement or those designated ones. Okay, here's an example, a sample of informed consent to dual agency, the version for the seller on page 51 in the book here. Here I have some links to the disclosed dual agency for the seller, the buyer, the landlord, and the tenant. And it just tells them that, you know, anything you tell them in confidence, they can't go blabbing it to the other side, even though they're representing both parties in the transaction. But because they can't blab information they learn about the other party, you don't get the full service that an agent would if they only represented one side. Because if you only represented one side, you found out something because an agent on the other side of the transaction disclosed something inadvertently that they were not supposed to, you have a duty to go back and notify them and report it to them. Okay? But that's not something that should be occurring anyway. So it's not like you're gaining advantage or losing an advantage by allowing your agent to work as a dual agent. Okay? That's basically what all this says without me sitting here reading you the whole entire document. Okay?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if they say they don't want to sign the dual agency agreement, but you suggest that there be a designated agent instead, they still have to sign the dual agency agreement?
Well, the thing is, no,
Okay.
they're not signing a dual agency agreement. They're signing a designated agency agreement,
Oh,
which explains that the broker would be a dual agent, but the broker would assign one agent to work exclusively with the seller as their agent and another to work separately exclusively with the buyer as their agent. It's not dual agency though. It's, I mean, it seems like it could be because they both still work for the same company, right? But the broker is designating them to work only exclusively with the one, either the seller or the buyer. And they're instructed not to communicate any information from one side to the other. And they shouldn't be talking to the other agent about the transaction to try to learn any information.
okay.
So they got to keep it separate and still act like they're working for two different companies, basically, even though they work for the same. Now, dual agency and conflict of interest. Surveys consistently reveal that the large majority of the buying public thinks that they're being represented by the selling broker. And even worse, some brokers have the same impression. New Jersey license law forbids an agent to represent both parties except with the informed written consent of both parties. That's the disclosed dual agency agreement. For this requirement on how such disclosure must be made on the informed consent of dual agency. That's how it is. A common situation is one in which a seller's agent comes to identify with the buyer and furnishes them encouragement, advice, and assistance, and they start to think that they're representing them, both the agent and the client or the customer that walked in off the street into the open house, for example. All right, let's see. Okay, so advising a buyer on how to negotiate with a seller may even put a listing agent in the position of serving two masters. Without some such advice, of course, most transactions wouldn't take place at all. The selling broker has been retained to produce a ready, willing, and able buyer. And to accomplish this, negotiation and compromise are usually necessary. Nevertheless, an unintended result, commonly known as undisclosed dual agency, may follow, with the agent now representing both parties. If the transaction falls through due to no fault of your own, either party can sue you now to claim damages. But wait, I didn't do nothing wrong. Sure you did. You know what you did wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't disclose that I was representing both parties in the transaction and get their permission to work that way, like the law requires. So that's enough for them to sue and claim damages, even though the damages are not as a result of doing anything wrong other than not disclosing the dual agency. So that the actions are performed with good intentions does not change the situation. The problem is a difficult one faced by licensees with no simple solution. Yeah, there is one. Have them fill out the disclosed dual agency agreement. One remedy might be to obtain a seller's authorization to divulge normally privileged information. No, I wouldn't do that. All right, here, let's look at conflict of interest. Conflict of interest may occur when the agent is called to a listing interview and finds a seller ready to let a property go at a ridiculously low price. The courts have held that even though the property has not yet been listed by you, if you're trying to act as the seller or as the agent, the seller is relying on the broker's expertise and may become the principal. The licensee who decides to buy that property immediately without notifying the seller of its true value is under a conflict of interest between their own and the sellers. So basically they're saying you go to a listing interview and you ask the seller, how much do they think their home is worth? How much do they want for it? And instead of telling them what your research, you learned through your research by doing a CMA, you say, yeah, this is a pretty nice house. You know what? I may be interested in buying it, actually. If that's the price, yeah, I may be interested in buying it. See, you have an obligation at that point to tell them what the true market value is. Instead of if they think it's actually worth less, you have an obligation not to just go in there and buy it at that lower price and basically ripping them off. You have an obligation to inform them what the true value is. Now, have I ever bought a client's house? Yes. Now, but what I did is I disclosed it. I showed them the CMA. I showed them what their house was worth. And despite that, they were still willing to sell it to me. And so when I wrote up the contract to avoid any lawsuits or conflicts in the future, I wrote a dissertation, well, a couple paragraphs. You know, I basically wrote in there that I advise the seller that their property is actually valued at this amount, but despite that, they're still willing to sell it to me at this amount. As an investor, that's all I would be willing to pay, even though I told them that it's worth more if they were to try to market it, you know. But despite my advice, they still want to go through with the sale, selling it to me at the lower price. Okay. Like I went above and beyond. And basically the situation where that would occur, that somebody would be willing to do that, the lady was a hoarder. Okay. The house was disgusting. There was piles of garbage everywhere. I mean, it took a couple of 10-yard dumpsters. Those are big dumpsters. It took a couple of 10-yard dumpsters to throw out all the trash that was in that house, and the smell was disgusting. But I was, hey, investor. I wanted to buy the house, fix it up. If I got it for the right price, the juice is worth the squeeze. You get dumpsters, you get a crew in there, clean all that shit out. Redo the floors, seal them. Did some remodeling, knocking down walls and stuff, replacing windows, roof, and all that crap. Water, sealing the basement. And I actually ended up moving in the house and lived there for a couple of years, and then I sold it. Why did I live in it for a couple of years? Well, because I moved in it while I was fixing it up. And if you live in a house for a couple of years before you sell it, and it's your primary residence, do you know that if you earn a profit off the sale of that house, you pay 0 state or federal income tax on the profit that you made from selling your primary residence? If you are a single person or married filing your taxes separately, you pay 0 income tax on up to $250,000 profit. If you're married and you file your taxes jointly, that goes up to $500,000. You pay 0 income tax up to $500,000 profit on your sale of your primary residence. Now, most people, they can't be living in houses they're fixing and flipping. You got kids and stuff, and you can't be moving them around that often, but or possibly have kids. But having living in the house is the requirement of the IRS. You have to live in it for 2 out of the last 5 years in order to qualify for this benefit, where you don't pay any income tax on the sale of your primary residence if you get profit on it, under those circumstances that I just explained, with those $250,000 for single filers, up to $500,000 for married couples filing their taxes jointly. But you had to live in that house for 2 out of the last 5 years before the sale. So I was living in it while I fixed it up, and then after I fixed it up, I lived in it for a little while longer. Then I put it on the market, sold it, and made a nice profit and paid 0 income tax on it. 0 state or federal income tax. See, knowing the rules, especially if you're young, especially if you don't have kids, buy an investment property, live in it while you're fixing it up. Even after you fix it up for a little while, you live in it for 2 years, sell it, you pay no taxes on the profit. That's nice. All right, now here, a more suitable situation occurs, or more subtle situation occurs when no financial advantage accrues to the agent, but the agent has an indirect interest in the transaction. The agent should disclose this. For example, if they're a member of the Boy Scouts committee looking for a campsite, or if you're trying to help your mother find a home to purchase. You have to disclose the relationship of the parties in the contract. If you don't, somebody can turn around later and say, oh, you took advantage of me. You didn't disclose that you're an agent, and you also had an interest in the property because that was your mother that you were buying it for. And somebody can whine about that somehow you took advantage of them when really you didn't. But the law requires you to disclose the relationship of the parties in the transaction. And if you didn't disclose it, well, you didn't do something you were required to legally, and therefore you can be held legally and financially liable. Okay, moving on. This is same thing, undisclosed agency, possible conflicts. Okay, let's go down here. You have to disclose in the contracts the agent, if you are a licensee. So many agents failed to do that, that New Jersey Realtors actually redid the standard sales contracts that we use. And they put a section in there now that has this. Section 32 of the sales contract says disclosure to the buyer or seller is a real estate licensee. And then you check off applicable if that applies to you or not applicable. And if it is applicable, you're going to put your name in here. Therefore, discloses that they are a real estate, a New Jersey, licensed in New Jersey as a, and then you check off your license type. Boom, that's it. Anybody get an advantage or disadvantage because of that? No. So disclose it. All right, now we're getting into something different here. Finally, this is something a little bit newer. Even though I think I did mention what material information was, now we're officially getting to it. What is material information? Material information is any information, usually about the physical condition of the property, that a buyer would want to know about. Like, it's not necessarily problems with the property. It's like what is the architectural style of the house? What is the color of the house? What type of siding is on the house? Is it stucco? Is it aluminum? Is it vinyl siding? Is it brick? What kind of siding is it? What kind of roof is it? Is it asphalt? Is it shingle? Is it asphalt shingle? Is it tin roof? Is it some other clay roof? Is it what kind of material is it? How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms does the house have? What kind of heating and cooling systems are there in that house? Is there a garage? Is it attached? Is it detached? How many car garage? Does it have off-street parking? Does it have a driveway? These are just describing the physical condition of the property, not in the regard of is something broken or not. It's just describing the physical features of the property. Okay, that most buyers would consider important and wanting to know before proceeding. So, if the house is on oil heat versus natural gas heat, could that affect the buyer's decision in purchasing? Then it's material information. Does how many bedrooms and how many bathrooms affect the buyer's decision in purchasing? Then it's material information. See, it's not necessarily something negative, okay? So we as real estate agents are required to investigate and disclose all material information as well as material defects on a property. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I should say we're required to investigate and disclose all material information and defects, period. Let me not say material defects, because we're required to disclose all defects that we're aware of. And I'm going to explain to you, there are two categories of defects in properties. So the seller must disclose material information and defects. Also, any improvements that they may have made to the house, as well as defects. We want to make sure, did they get a permit? Was it done right? Right? When was it done? Who did the work? What's included and excluded from the sale? Are they including the washer and dryer or the refrigerator? This is all usually disclosed on the seller property condition disclosure report, as well as in the listing. Licensees must investigate and disclose all material information and material defects that can easily be discovered by the naked eye. That's what the material defect is. As well as latent defects. The word latent means hidden. So those that may not be readily apparent without further investigation and testing. For example, does this house have high levels of radon gas? Radon gas is an invisible, odorless, tasteless, radioactive gas that causes cancer. And the only way to find out if a house has it and how much is to do air sample testing. You got to take air samples and then send it to a laboratory. Basically, this is an extra for an extra fee, not a standard part of home inspection. A buyer would pay an additional $75 to $150, sometimes more, depending on the inspection company, to basically put a carbon canister in the basement, in the lowest areas of the house. They put a carbon canister filter, and it's basically looks like a black honeycomb inside a shoe, what looks like a can of shoe polish, okay? And basically you leave it there open with the top off in the basement for 3 days. It's a 3-day test. Our job is do not put it there and do not collect it for the inspector. You never interfere with that. That's breaking the chain of custody. You don't, kind of like legal stuff. You don't want to get involved in that. Let the home inspector do that. Our only job is to make sure that after 3 days after the inspection where they put that and they leave that canister behind, we get access for the home inspector to come back and recover that canister so that they could then send it to a laboratory to then test it and give us the results of the if there's any radon in the house and how much. Okay. But that's an example of a latent defect because you can't see it. You don't know it's there unless you test. Okay. What about a water stain on the ceiling? Is that material defect or latent defect?
That's material defect because that could be like signs of a leak or a flood,
Yeah, you could see it.
mold,
You
something.
can see it with your naked eye. That's what determines that it's material defect. It's anything that's easily discoverable. If you bothered to look around, you'd see the water stain on the ceiling. Okay, that's a material defect. Now, the fact if that's still an active problem, an active leak, maybe the roof is leaking or there's another problem, that's a latent defect. Further investigation, unless it's raining and we see it dripping right now, that would be material because we could see it leaking. But if it wasn't raining out and we don't know if that's active leak still, we know there's a water stain there, but that could be from an old problem. The fact of whether it's still an active leak or not, that is a latent defect. Further investigation is required. You need the home inspector to go up on the roof, go in the attic, check things out and see what's going on. Hey, the water stain on the ceiling can also just be, the wetness coming from the central air conditioning system or the water pipes. It's hot out. The water pipes got cold water in them. They sweat and the water's leaking down on the sheetrock and it goes through it or a drop ceiling, goes through it. And then it gets that water stain. It's not a leak at all, but the stain on the ceiling is still a defect, needs to be painted over, but there's no active leaks. The fact of it, whether there's a leak or not, that's latent. Further investigations required. So there you go. 3 terms you need to know. What is material information? What is a material defect? And what is a latent defect? You may want to snap a picture of this slide because I explain it better than the book does. Okay, everybody got a picture that wanted one?
Yes.
Okie. So here in the book, you could write on page 52, let's do these highlights, and right next to this paragraph here, that is a description of what material information is. This is a description of what a material defect is, and here's a description of what a latent defect is. Okay. Let's see, what are we highlighting here? Material information is defined as a physical condition that a reasonable person would attach importance to, or information the agent knows or suspects a particular buyer would want to know and would consider important before proceeding. You see how my definition is better? Let's go back to my definition here. Any information, usually about the physical condition of the property, that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing or a buyer's ability to get financing. Yeah, that would be material information to the seller, the buyer's ability to get financing or not, if they're having a problem. We kind of skipped over that before. Good thing I came back. How many, number of bedrooms, number of baths, is there a garage? That's all material information. You see how the book doesn't go over that? It just describes it as information about the physical condition that a reasonable person would attach importance to. Yeah, I think my definition is a little clearer in that regard. Okay, so license, so that's material information. And material defects, the book gives a definition. Licensee must disclose defects that would be discovered by inquiries to the seller and by a reasonable inspection. These defects would include things like water seepage, unused oil tanks in the basement, and sloping floors. Yeah, if you walk across from one side of the room to the other and you're going downhill, that may be a problem. Sometimes people, they watch too much of those renovation programs on TV, those HGTV programs, and they select the demolition and remodeling, and they make it look so beautiful. Yeah, but you remove the load-bearing wall. So the floors above it are kind of sinking now, and the house is in danger of collapsing unless you brace it and put some kind of supports in place. Anyway, yeah, that's why floors would be sagging like that. And now a latent defect is one that is not discoverable by ordinary inspection. Like EIFS, if you have a exterior insulation finishing system, that's EIFS stucco. It's a type of stucco. It's a finishing for the exterior of the building. Specific forms of stucco that can be linked in recent years to water leakage, rotted sheathing, and growth of mold. The seller of a stucco-sided home should question about whether the finish is EIFS, and the buyer should be alerted to investigate. Because in such instances, buyers have been able to either rescind the sales contract or receive damages. Look, I sold houses that have EIFS finish. They can look nice. You can make it look like brick. You could make it look like any shape you want. Sometimes they give it those square, it looks like a big boulders or rocks at the corners of the property, of the building. Most commercial buildings, or many commercial buildings, like Dunkin' Donuts and strip malls and stuff, they have those stucco finishes. They can make them look like little rocks and boulders or whatever, but it's basically styrofoam insulation in the back. There's fasteners there, and then they trowel on like a liquid stone that then hardens. And you could dye it, color it, shape it however you want. Okay. You can make it look really nice, but it's anything but maintenance free. The slightest little crack in stucco could be an invite for water and moisture to get behind it. Then all of that, the board behind it starts swelling, and then it cracks, it starts falling apart, or you start getting mold growing behind the walls, starts eating at the framing. It's an invite for termites and all kinds of other damaging things. I'm going to show you a video on it. It'll during this class at some point. The inspector will inspect the house and tell you if it's EIFS stucco or. All right. Are you curious to find out if there was ever an insurance claim paid out on a property? Get a clue. I'm serious. It's something, it's called a clue report. Now, most consumers are totally unaware of this. Hell, most real estate agents are unaware of this. If you know about this, that'll make you a better agent. You're not going to get anything on exams about a clue report. But it's good for you to know about. What is a clue report? Anytime there is an insurance claim that was paid out, it's kind of like a Carfax for a house. But the consumers don't usually see these or get these. When you go to buy home insurance, the insurance company first looks up this database from LexisNexis to see if there was ever an insurance payout because there was a fire or flood or something in a house, or something else. Now, sellers of properties can run clue reports and pay for them, or insurance companies. So this isn't really going to help your buyers out much unless you follow my instructions. You should tell the buyers if they're interested in a property, call up their insurance company that they're planning on getting homeowners insurance through. And then tell them, hey, listen, I'm thinking about buying this house and I want to price it and see how much home insurance would be for this property. And when you call that insurance company and then they start giving you prices and stuff, ask them if you could get a copy of the clue report. They may be shocked that you even know what it is or that they ran one. But then they'll be willing to share it with you because they're trying to sell you insurance, you know, so they're not going to be confrontational with you there. They'll share it with you if you ask. You know, they don't volunteer it up. They don't even tell you that they're running this report in the background, but they do. Get a clue. Yeah. Now, material defects. In the same fashion, buyers brokers are required to disclose any material defects that would affect the buyer's ability to complete the transaction. This means that despite the fiduciary duty and confidentiality, if you are a buyer's agent, you must immediately disclose any financial problems that that buyer is having to the seller. Because we got to treat everybody fairly and honestly. If that buyer is having difficulty getting a loan, you got to let the other side know. You can't expect them to keep their property off the market because you made an offer, but you know that the buyer is having trouble getting financing. If that's the case, you got to treat the other side fairly and honestly and let them know. Now, this last one, this wording is nowhere in the book, but it is absolutely on exams. It's called stigmatizing factors. You may want to write that here because that term is not used anywhere in this book, but it is on exam. And here's an explanation of a stigmatizing factor, but let me first read this whole paragraph. The New Jersey Administrative Code says that social conditions and psychological impairments are not considered physical conditions. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, we don't got to deal with people's psychological issues. They have problems with their neighbors for whatever reason, you know, disputes. That's not our, you know, that's nothing physical about the property. Oh, what if the house is haunted? Do we have to disclose that to buyers? How do you prove it? Right? How do you know? Right? So, no, that's considered actually a psychological condition. Now, I don't want to get into the religious aspect of it, you know, Holy Ghost and all, but in the eyes of the law, when it comes to real estate here, haunted houses and ghosts is considered a psychological condition and not a physical one that we're required to investigate or disclose. Now they talk about psychological conditions or social conditions, even for that matter. For instance, noisy dogs and unpleasant neighbors, they don't affect the physical condition of the property, so we're not required to investigate or disclose any information or knowledge we have about disputes or problems this seller has with their neighbor. Maybe they're selling the house because the neighbor's dog is always barking. Well, that's a social issue. That's a social condition. Look, the next neighbor, the next buyer of this house may have dogs and may be glad that they got a dog too because their dog is always yapping and maybe they'll get along really well because now their dogs can play together or whatever, you know. That's a social condition. We're not required to investigate and disclose that stuff. However, let's highlight suicide and other unpleasant events associated with the property are also non-physical conditions. If asked, agents must pass along any information they possess but they're not required to investigate social or psychological conditions. So, do we need to disclose and volunteer that information if somebody ever killed themselves in a house or were murdered for that matter? No, it doesn't affect the physical condition of the property unless they ask. If somebody asks you and you possess that knowledge about it, now you're required to disclose it. However, if you're not aware of such thing and they ask you about it, you're not required to investigate those things either. Okay? Come on, we're not cops here. We're not investigators. Right? But you will get something on exams like this about the stigmatizing factors. I got a little bit better definition about one on the next page. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, you may want to snap a picture of this. I have a good definition here of material information, what a material defect is, what a latent defect is, what a clue report is, and stigmatizing factor. So yeah, this is actually a pretty good slide for you. Okay. And I even give you a link here of where you could get a seller to run that report, but they're probably not going to. Buyers, usually they won't allow you to run this report to get a clue report from LexisNexis. Okay, so what's my definition here for a stigmatizing factor? We already went over material information, material defect, and latent defect, so I'm not going to reread that again. But I have it all here on the one slide for you if you want to snap a pic. Now, stigmatizing factor, this is my definition, could affect the value and saleability of a property. Unpleasant events like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion, and robbery that are not physical conditions that affect the property. So the agent is not required to investigate or disclose them. However, if asked and the agent has knowledge about it, they must be honest and disclose, but should not volunteer any of this information as it could affect your fiduciary duties to your client, especially if you're representing the seller in the transaction. Right? So, on exams, sometimes they have questions they'll say, which one of these is or is not a stigmatizing factor? And then they'll give you a multiple choice with a bunch of situations. You need to be able to recognize which one is or is not a stigmatizing factor. If a house does not appraise for the purchase price, is that a stigmatizing factor? It's unfortunate, but it's not the type of unfortunate, unpleasant thing. It's unfortunate, but it's not an unpleasant event like rape, murder, or suicide, etc. Okay, so that is not a stigmatizing factor that a house does not appraise for the purchase price. It's unfortunate, but it's not a stigmatizing factor. Okay.
Can you go back to the highlights for the disclosing issues? I just missed that.
This one?
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so I'll give you an example here on this slide. It is not considered a stigmatizing factor that a house didn't appraise for the purchase price. That's just unfortunate. Unpleasant events like rape, murder, suicide, home invasion, or robbery. That does not affect the property's physical condition, but it can affect its value and saleability if people are aware of it, right? If a guy just killed his wife and kids and then shot himself in the head afterwards, would you want to buy that house?
No.
Why not? You may get a good deal on it. See, a lot of people are like, nah, that's just not good karma in that house right now. You know, they feel uncomfortable. So this house suffers from a stigmatizing factor. There's nothing wrong with the physical condition of the property, but just because of the horrific events that occurred there, a lot of people would not want to purchase a house like that.
Yeah.
So we have to be aware of what a stigmatizing factor is. Don't volunteer the information, but if somebody asks you, you have to be honest and disclose if you're aware of it. How about this? Here's an example of a stigmatizing factor for you guys. You probably all heard about this one too.
We're going to turn now to that major development involving a home we have reported on here before and the disturbing letters sent to the family who bought it. The family bought their dream home in New Jersey, never moving in after getting frightening letters from someone calling themselves the Watcher. Now the family has finally found someone. I got everyone's attention here. Someone's going to buy that house. Gio Benitez is here with more. Hey, Gio.
Hey, David, good morning. Yeah, for years, so many thought nobody would buy this house because of all that negative publicity with those threatening letters. But this morning, we know the family has finally gotten rid of it by taking a major financial loss. This morning, ABC News has learned the New Jersey family, allegedly terrorized by creepy letters from someone named The Watcher, has finally sold the house that started their nightmare. Derek and Maria Broadus bought this idyllic home in Westfield, New Jersey for $1.3 million back in 2014. But they say a stranger kept them from moving in by sending letters like this. I watch and wait for the day the young blood will be mine again. And I pass by many times a day. You know I will be watching.
I've lived here my whole life, so yeah, it was a pretty big shocker.
Now, 5 years later, the family's selling the property that they've never lived in, that has haunted them for years, taking a loss, selling it for $400,000 less than they paid for it.
So, can a stigmatizing factor affect the value of a property? $400,000? I'd say yes.
Less than they paid for it. We spoke with their attorney in the midst of their ordeal.
Listen, don't be too concerned for them here. Netflix ended up buying the rights to their story, and they made a series, a little Netflix series called The Watcher about this. But of course, in Hollywood fashion, they really worked it into something really strange and weird beyond what this is. There was also movies made about it too, that were kind of strange. But by the way, this is The Watcher, that series that Netflix had called The Watcher. They bought the rights from them. Now, I don't think they paid them more than $400,000 for those rights, though. You know what we could do? We could go ahead and ask AI again. How about that? Let's see if AI can give us an answer on this. Let me minimize that for a second. Let's see if our AI can tell us how much did Netflix purchase the rights to the story called The Watcher from the family in Westfield, New Jersey. Let's see if they got a number for us here. Oh, I guess they did make up for it. Let me see. No, wait. Hold a second. Now, let me share this with you, the results that I got out of the Copilot here. Netflix did not publicly disclose the exact purchase price, but multiple credible reports give us a reliable range. Netflix paid 7 figures for the Watcher right, meaning at least $1 million plus, but likely far below $10 million. The best supported estimate is roughly between $300,000 to $1 million, based on reporting that the amount did not even cover the family's $400,000 loss. So then it's not 7 figures; it would be 6 figures. If it didn't cover the $400,000 loss, then I would guess around the $300,000 price range. Yeah, see, a lot of people speculate about this, giving 7 figures, $1 million, $10 million. If it was far below the 400,000, then it was not $1 million or more, or 10 million. I guess nobody knows. Oh, they say probably about 320,000. Okay, that makes sense. So it didn't even cover their loss on the property. But so what do we get out of this? Can a stigmatizing factor affect the value of a property? Yes, it can. As you can see here. Oh, let me try to get back to where we were. Let me try to get back to where we were there in the video.
Jersey family allegedly terrorized by creepy letters from someone named The Watcher has finally sold the house that started their nightmare. Derek and Maria Broadus bought this idyllic home in Westfield, New Jersey for $1.3 million back in 2014. But they say a stranger kept them from moving in by sending letters like this. I watch and wait for the day the young blood will be mine again. And I pass by many times a day. You know I will be watching.
I've lived here my whole life, so yeah, it was a pretty big shocker.
Now, 5 years later, the family's selling the property that they've never lived in, that has haunted them for years, taking a loss, selling it for $400,000 less than they paid for it. We spoke with their attorney in the midst of their ordeal.
It's a great house. This is a total tragedy and nightmare for my clients.
The Watcher's letters describing anger about renovations to the home and detailing the movements of the family and their kids. One letter saying, all of the windows and doors allow me to watch you and track you as you move through the house.
From day one, they've been trying to solve this case. They hired a forensic linguist to take a look at the letters and see if there were any patterns. They scoured the internet looking for clues.
But despite years of investigations, and while authorities did discover some DNA evidence, they never found enough to charge a suspect.
Our police department conducted an exhaustive investigation. Such efforts have not, however, yielded information leading to charges being filed.
In an interview with New York Magazine last year, Derek comparing the ordeal to cancer, saying, we think about it every day.
They wanted to get rid of the house because they knew it was going to be this burden. They knew they weren't going to move in. From there, the next thing they want more than anything is to know who did this.
And we're told the family still lives in Westfield after staying with family a few blocks away from the Watcher house. Now they've bought a new home, and they hope this one brings them peace of mind. But what an ordeal.
We don't know anything about the new owners.
No, not yet.
Hopefully they're not watching.
Yeah.
We want to keep them in that home.
I'm sure they had full disclosure. At least I hope they did. All right, thank you so much, G.
You hear that? What he said? I'm sure they had full disclosure, or at least I hope they did. Who is required to disclose any of this? Is the seller required to disclose this to buyers? Is their real estate agent required to disclose this to buyers? No, it's a stigmatizing factor. It does not affect the physical condition of the property. It's creepy, but it does not affect the physical condition of the property. We have no requirement to investigate or disclose this happening here. But if somebody asks, we got to disclose it. But what are they going to ask? Was some neighbor writing creepy letters and putting them in your mailbox? No. There's actually an easy way. If you're ever a buyer's agent, there's an easy way for you to ask if there's any issues like this. Just ask, are there any stigmatizing factors you're aware of associated with this property? That covers all kinds of stuff, including creepy letters or things that you couldn't even imagine. Like this.
We're going to turn out.
Here's one that's real creepy. This one's in California. Here's another kind of stigmatizing factor.
It needed work, but don't we all? When the single-story house with a pool in San Diego's Carmel Valley came up for sale, a lot of families wanted it. Married couple Jerry Rice and Janice Reuter got it. This woman, Kathy Rowe, then a 50-year-old unassuming wife and mother, was among those who didn't get the house. That just didn't seem right. At least if you were Kathy Rowe, it didn't.
I had put so much hope into this house. I walked in, it was my house.
Yeah, but it wasn't your house.
No, but it felt like the house I always wanted to own. And when I found out we didn't get it, it was devastating, it was heartbreaking. It was almost like the loss of a loved one. It was that critical to me.
Kathy Rowe had a job with the county, had a very ill husband, she said. and had a Mother of the Year award for being the sole caregiver looking after their severely disabled daughter, Rachel. That house, though,
It had more significance than just a structure with 4 walls. When I lost it, I cried and cried.
Kathy Rowe also had enough bank to offer $100,000 more for Jerry and Janice's home. When they failed to respond to the note she sent them, she launched a harassment campaign, stopping their mail, relisting the house on Zillow, sending those phony Valentines. Oh, and at the outset, coming by the house with her daughter on Halloween.
You wanted to see who was in the house, didn't you?
I had no interest in them. I was more curious what they had done to the house.
Who came to the door when you trick-or-treated?
The wife.
The wife, Janice, whose photo Kathy Rowe would later put on this Carmel Valley Freak Show online ad, inviting men to stop by anytime.
I was jealous, destroyed, and devastated with pain and depression and...
Why did that result in your lashing out at innocent people?
That's the form that it took.
You enjoyed this, didn't you?
No.
You enjoyed making these people suffer.
Well, I thought it was funny. I did not view it as suffering.
But when men responded to the ad, Kathy Rowe wrote them back, fueling the fire, providing specific and perverse encouragement to one 25-year-old male looking for fun with a totally unaware Janice.
I'm gonna leave out the dirty words here. This is someone pretending to be you. I'm pretty much home all day, every day, bored and incredibly horny. I love to be surprised and have a man just show up at the door and force his way in the door and on me, totally taking me while I say no. Janice, what is the person who is writing this trying to do to you?
She wanted me raped.
This is my wife they're talking about. There's no mistaking the intent there.
Then, for the Rices, the ultimate nightmare. Another man did show up at the house, only Janice wasn't home. Jerry met him at the front door.
He thought he was going to walk in and have his way with your wife.
Yeah, I knew something was off with the guy.
Flummoxed, the man fled and emailed Kathy Rowe. A guy was there, had to make up an excuse why I was there. But Kathy Rowe wouldn't let it go and urged him to return to the house with another sordid scenario.
I remember what you said. It's like, I hope it's okay with you, I see other guys.
Right.
And you ask about threesomes.
Well, he had no interest in being involved if there was any other man involved.
You're the luckiest person in the world because of that, aren't you?
It never even crossed my mind that a man could go to the house and hurt her.
Probably should have, shouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I normally am more concerned about other people's safety and welfare than my own.
Yeah, not so much this time.
Absolutely not this time. It's just how impaired my thinking was.
Can you imagine? Talk about a stigmatizing factor that doesn't affect the physical condition of the property. Would you ever want to buy this property, though? It's listed online in some forum somewhere, inviting men to come over because you have some kind of rape fantasy. Wow. That is crazy. So you want to know what happened to her? We could actually fast forward this a bit.
1 year of confinement on a home ankle monitor and 5 years of probation.
She actually is going to be watched a lot longer than she would have if she served some jail time.
Kathy continues to have the responsibility for her daughter. Her daughter has maybe 100 to 150 medical appointments on an annual basis. Kathy has lost her job. She is the only person holding this family together at this point in time.
I may be the least liked person in San Diego County. A horrible, evil person who wanted to harm this nice couple. And
in what way is that incorrect?
I did not intend to harm them.
Apologies aside, Janice and Jerry are still afraid.
I believe that Miss Rowe continues to be a dangerous person because of her skills of manipulation and her ability to lie. You know, I kind of think she has more of a reason now to attack us. So, obviously, you know, we're very concerned for the family.
Oh, and speaking of families, Kathy Rowe bought a new home for her family, just 1 mile away from Jerry and Janice's place.
Wow, just a
That's crazy. But hey, it's real estate related. I bring a little entertainment sometimes to the class here for you. There's a little drama for you. All right, let's talk about off-site conditions. What are off-site conditions? These are factors that are not on the subject property that could affect the value and desirability. Like if you have a park right next door to the house and it's contaminated with PCBs or something, or you find out the city dump is right down the block, or I mean, some of these other things, it's next door to a cemetery or across the street from a prison, or there's a landfill or contaminated site a half a mile away. Okay. Licensees must give people the opportunity to investigate any local conditions that are not on the subject property. All new construction has a 5-day right of rescission for the buyers to back out of the purchase contract for the discovery of off-site conditions. That only applies to new construction. Now, contracts for the purchase of existing properties, they do not have a similar right of rescission, and the buyer should do their own due diligence, their own research before they make an offer. So, caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. That's what that means in Latin. It's not pronounced caveat emptor, it's pronounced caveat emptor. You could add that term to your definition list, although we'll probably see it again in a much later chapter too. Caveat emptor. It's actually pronounced caveat emptor. It means let the buyer beware. You want to know about something? It's up to you as the buyer to do your research, get inspections, do research in the area. How do you find out about off-site conditions? Well, here is on the contract, our contracts, section 19 talks about notifications regarding off-site conditions. And it basically says that every municipality's clerk, city clerk, maintains a list of off-site conditions that could affect buyers wanting to know about things. So the law now requires every municipality's city clerk to find out about it. I bet you could ask 99% of the agents out there don't know this. You do. You're going to learn it. You're going to remember it, right? So they know about what an off-site condition is, but many of them don't know how to find out about it. Or there's a list that you could request. Okay, so 2 disclosures for off-site conditions are now included in all contracts. The new construction notice includes a 5-day right of rescission in which the purchaser may cancel the contract, and resale notice does not include a similar right of rescission. There is no right of rescission for properties that are not brand new. Now, this law came about because of this situation that they quoted up here. In 1995, several families sued a developer and a broker, alleging that both had known that a development was located a half a mile away from a hazardous waste dump site, and they failed to disclose that fact. The trial courts ruled in favor of the developer and the broker, stating there's no duty to disclose to potential purchasers the condition of someone else's property, especially one that's a half a mile away. So on appeal, however, because not all judges rule uniformly, meaning they don't all rule the same, the New Jersey Supreme Court ultimately held that conditions beyond the limits of a specific property may be considered material facts that must be disclosed to prospective buyers. So what, do they expect us to do the research? Well, no, they put that onerous on the city clerk to maintain a list of all possible off-site conditions that must be turned over upon request to any potential buyers. Okay. Now, I know of another situation like that that occurred in New Jersey. I just can't, I scour the internet and it's like it's been wiped off the internet. I can't find the story. There used to be a development. I don't know if it was a condo or if it was just new homes development. That a developer bought all this land and they started building all these houses. And the next door neighbor had a huge piece of property too. And he was a licensed firearms dealer with special licenses that allowed him to own. He had special ATF licenses that allowed him to own fully automatic weapons and have a range in his backyard so that he could test the weapons when he's fixing them, you know. And he also owned a Tommy gun, a Thompson machine gun. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what that is. Basically, it's a fully automatic machine gun, and he liked to squeeze off a couple hundred rounds on the weekend. So just imagine you bought a house in this development that's brand new. The real estate agent and the developer were not doing any showings on whichever day it was. I don't know if it was Sunday or if it was Saturday on the weekend. They were not doing any showings on that day because they knew that he was out there blasting off a couple hundred rounds with his machine gun in the backyard. You know, so they weren't doing any showings to potential buyers during that day, intentionally trying to hide this from them. Now people buy these properties and now they find out there's a machine gun fire, you know, and they're disturbed about it. So they sued the developer and the realtor because they intentionally kept that away from potential buyers. I'm trying to find that story. It was a good story, but that's another off-site condition. Could you imagine buying a new house and your realtor and the developer kept it, they intentionally hid it from you, that somebody's blasting off a machine gun every weekend right next door to you? That's crazy. All right. So here's a notification on an attachment. There's a separate form that is specifically for new construction that you add onto the contract for sale, regarding the off-site conditions. We need to include the name of the municipality and the contact information for the city clerk that has that information on file. So the buyer has 5 days from the date of this addendum is executed by the buyer and seller to send a notice of cancellation. So they have 5 days to find out. So the New Jersey statutes that talk about off-site conditions are 46:3-C-1. Look at this. Hey, you got to have fun with this job sometimes. You can't really do nothing about the location where the property's located, right? Look at this. There's a cemetery across the street here. You know, quiet neighbors across the street. All right, and once again, we had this in chapter 1. I told you I'm going to have this in multiple chapters. This is that slide that I created for you with all the different rights of rescission. Explaining what a right of rescission is. And here's that 5-day new construction only for the discovery of off-site conditions. That's anything that's not on the subject property that gives you reason to back out of the purchase. Okay. Megan's Law. Anybody ever hear of this? You know what this is about? Megan's Law? Megan's Law alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders in the area. The county prosecutor maintains a list of all known convicted sex offenders that's updated every time they move. They're required to report in, and notify them that they are that they're living there now. Now, only people who live in the area can make inquiries about where the sex offenders live. Only after they close on the sale or lease. Huh? So real estate agents can refer their concerned buyers or renters to the Megan's Law Registry on the state police website, to which they can search themselves to find out where the sex offenders live. We, as licensees, are not permitted to inquire about or give any information regarding the presence of convicted sex offenders in the neighborhood. We could direct people to the resource where they could get that information, either the county prosecutor's office, but they're not going to give you that information unless you already live in the neighborhood. So we could direct them to the state police Megan's Law Registry website. Okay. So I have a link here to that, and I have here a link that talks about how the Megan's Law came about. Oh, look at that, they moved it. That sucks. Okay, let me see. Let's click on here. I think I could find it. Okay, so this is the link to the Megan's Law Registry. I'll share that with everybody. So they changed this website up a little bit. I guess that's why that link broke. Prohibited accuracy. Where is the link that talks about Megan's Law? Oh, it's right here. See, about Megan's Law. Okay. Let me replace that that link on the slideshow. I'll be back with you in just 1 second as I fix that. Yeah. All right, so I replaced that link with one that works. Okay, so now let's go to that Megan's Law Registry. So, you guys familiar with the story about Megan, who's the child who Megan's Law was written about, who was created for and named after? Where's the short explanation of what happened? It's somewhere in here. I don't know. You have to look it up, I guess. Okay, so let me give you a basic rundown here. This is Megan here on the left. The Megan's Law Registry was created. It was named after this girl who went missing. Her parents were frighteningly looking for them. They had search parties. They scoured the neighborhoods. They were trying to find who took Megan. She was kidnapped. Basically, what they ended up finding out was the neighbor across the street was a convicted sex offender. And he lured her into the house with a puppy. And he ended up raping and murdering her. And he was even joining in with the search. And the parents were outraged because they said, if we had known that the person who moved in across the street was a convicted sex offender, that's the first place we would have looked. So they created this law. They advocated for this, and they were able to get this law passed about the Megan's Law Registry. Okay, so we click on accept, and then we can go into it. And here's when you get here, you click on search for offenders in your area. And they also have a a presentation. So I'm going to go to the presentation area, which talks about the Megan's Law Registry, and I'll show you examples and give you information. All right, so why is this notification important? Well, because 45% of sexual assault victims are under 12 years of age. 75% of victims know their attackers, and it's estimated that 80% of all addresses have at least one sex offender living within 1 mile of their home. More than half of the rape and sexual assault incidents happen within a mile of the victim's home. And sex offenders cross socioeconomic boundaries. You got rich ones, you got poor ones, you got black ones, you got white ones. You know, they come from all over. So the obligations here, the state has created this registry to notify the public. The offender's whereabouts are verified at regular intervals, and they're based on risk level. Information collected for law enforcement purposes can also be used to enhance community awareness. And the public's notification process begins within 48 hours of them being added to the sex offender registry. Anytime they change their address, they got to report it. Okay, this is how the website works. You could search, you could sign up for email alerts. Anytime a sex offender moves within a mile, 3 miles, 5 miles, or whatever distance from your house, you want to be notified about it, you could sign up for email alerts. Here they give you a bunch of safety tips and links to resources and such. Now, this is the way the registry works. You could search, you could put in your address, or you could search for information about a particular person by name, city, etc. And it pulls it up on a map, a circle, and it shows you with pinpoints, you know, where the sex offenders live. And it'll give you all kinds of information, the picture of the sex offender, their height, weight, you know, race, distinguishing tattoos or marks. It'll explain what actually happened that they were got on the sex offender registry, and what are they a high risk of a repeat offender or not. They rank them on there as well. So there you go. That's how that works. Look at that. So you could set up something like this that shows within a mile of your house, 3 miles, 5 miles, whatever you want to set. And you could do searches like that, or you could have email updates. Anytime a sex offender is added that moves to your area. So don't go printing out lists. Don't go to this website and do this research for your clients, searching for the sex offenders and where they live and printing out that list and giving it to them. Just give them the link to the website. Let them do the research on their own. We are forbidden from doing this. It's actually a crime for anybody to reprint and disseminate that information. And they could be held, they could actually have jail time and huge fines if for harassing the convicted sex offender that served their time and now they're out there in the public. Especially if they get hurt. So there are laws that protect them as well. Okay. But you need to know for exams, what is the law that alerts the community to the presence of convicted sex offenders? Megan's Law. So let's highlight that on page 53. Let me check these links real quick too, see if they still work. No, that one's broken. What about the other one? Okay, that search link is correct, but the other one is not. So that on the slide while you take your notes. Right. It's lunchtime, so let me pause this recording here. All right, so we just learned about Megan's Law. We got these highlights, hopefully. And now let's learn about 3 different types of misrepresentation. Before we do, we're going to learn about puffing. Puffing is what we call exaggerated statements that are opinions. It's used as part of salesmanship. You should puff if you're a salesperson. You know, it's like, wow, look at this house. Look at these floors. They're so gleamingly clean. You could practically eat off of them. I'm not eating off anybody's floor. You know, it's an exaggerated statement of opinion. Wow, look at this backyard. It's amazing. It's like your own private oasis out here. It's an exaggerated statement of opinion as done as part of salesmanship. And as long as you don't do it in a way that you're trying to mislead somebody or deceive them, it's fine and it's allowable. But you need to learn that term, add it to your definition list. It's called puffing. Now, there are 3 types of misrepresentation. Fraud, which is an intentional misrepresentation intended to harm or deceive someone. We have negligence. These are unintentional misrepresentations by someone who should have known better. That would be like you, the real estate licensee. You know, if you just take somebody's word for something and then you pass it on, you know, like the homeowner tells you, yeah, this the water heater is only about a year old. And then you find out it's like 5 years old, okay, or more. You don't just pass on information that somebody gives to you without verifying it. Always trust but verify that information before you go passing it on to the public, because the public will assume that you are the professional. You're the real estate professional. They'll assume the information that you're telling them is accurate. Not that you're passing along some misstatement of an innocent misrepresentation that may have been done by the owner. Yeah, oh, I thought it was only like a year ago. Wow, how time flies. 5 years already? Wow. You know, if you just passed on that information, hey, they did an innocent form of misrepresentation, but now you're advertising it to the public as only being a year old. That's very specific. You better make sure of it. You guys know how to tell how old a water heater is? There's a, let's see if I got a slide here about this. There's actually a,
It has a tag with the name with the year on it.
yeah, the serial number usually. Sometimes they're putting tags on them now, more often. But you could also just look if it doesn't have a tag on there that says its build date. You look at the first numbers of the serial number, and that's the year that it was built and the month that it was built. Okay. There'll be another chapter where I show you a video on that. I think I got it in the slideshow anyway. But either way, you could tell. So you gotta trust but verify that information first. Now, you should avoid misrepresentation. The best way to avoid misrepresentation, other than just sticking to the truth, trust but verify information that someone gives you before passing it along as fact. Never present opinions as facts, so don't lie. And always refer questioners to the expert sources. You know, you're in real estate, you're not expected to know everything about everything, but you are expected to know who is the person you should reach out to find out that information. That's your job. Your job is not to know everything about everything. Your job is, however, to know how to direct people where they can get that information they seek. Like if they got a question about the legality of something, you direct them to their attorney. Questions about the property condition, You refer them to a New Jersey licensed home inspector, not your cousin Vincenzo that knows some stuff about construction, you know, because he worked in it for a couple of years. You know, that's not good for negotiations. You can't use any opinion from him, only based off of a report from a New Jersey licensed home inspector. Or if you're looking at questions about the property's boundaries, you'd get that from a surveyor who does a survey. Or questions about the value, you get a licensed appraiser to give you an appraisal. Title company to do any research about the ownership to make sure you got good, clear title without any liens or encumbrances on a property. Refer to pest control companies about different kinds of pests or termites or what have you. Pool companies to inspect the pools. Questions about how things purchases affect your taxes. Well, you could direct people to their accountants or CPAs or tax attorneys. Questions about where the sex offenders are. You could refer them to the State Police Megan's Law Registry. Make sure this is the right link. It is, okay. All right. So puffing, misrepresentation, and how to avoid it. You guys want to snap a picture of this slide? The next slide, we're going to highlight stuff, but it's like a little disjointed again. All right, so here we'll highlight about puffing on page 53. Exaggerated statements of opinions are permissible as long as they're offered as opinions without any intent to deceive, and that's called puffing. And fraud encompasses all deceitful and dishonest practices intended to harm or take advantage of a person. If either party suffers a loss because of the broker's misrepresentation, when they say the broker, they mean you, your representation, because you just passed along false information that someone gave you, you could be held liable for damages. Right, everybody get there? So these are the three types of misrepresentation on page 54. It talks about deliberate lies intended to mislead someone is called fraud. It's intentional misrepresentation. Negligent, unintentional misrepresentation covers false statements made by someone who should have known better. And then you have innocent misrepresentation is a false statement by someone who believes the information is true, but they're not expected to be experts in the subject matter anyway. So these are the criteria to be found guilty of misrepresentation. There had to have been a false or misleading statement or a concealment of a material fact by a person who knows or should have known that that information was false with the intent to deceive or defraud, or if there was no such intent, the ending effect was the person was still deceived or defrauded. And there were damages that were suffered by a party who relied on the information that you provided. So it's relatively easy for an agent to avoid intentional misrepresentation by sticking to the truth and not lying. But omissions and half-truths may readily misrepresent the facts as well. And the offense may be committed inadvertently. The buyer looking at a rural property may be told, the septic system works well, when in fact it does not. Now, if you as the agent knew that there was a problem with the septic system, well, that's fraud. That's intentional misrepresentation. But if you didn't know, the potential buyer is still being misled by your negligent misrepresentation, because you know the only way you could tell is to get it inspected. So the half-truth might mislead with a statement like, septic systems are normal in this area. There's probably nothing to worry about. Okay, you know better than that. It needs, how do the people maintain it? You got to get it inspected. You got to look at the service records. Septic systems are normal. Okay, so while true in itself, it skirts the issue in a manner that may be misleading to an ignorant buyer. And no mention at all of septic systems could also be misleading, especially to urban buyers that may assume that public sewers are available everywhere. You guys know what a septic system is? It's your own private sewer system built in your backyard, or could be in the front, wherever it is. It's buried in the ground, and it's connected to your house. So every time you run the water, every time you flush the toilet, where does it go? It all goes out into a tank that's buried in the ground close to your house. Okay. There's pipes that lead out to the tank, and then from the tank, the solids get stuck in there, and then the liquids, called the effluent, move out to a drain field. So you have perforated pipes with holes in it where the liquids can go out and drain into the ground, and then they get filtered by the earth naturally. Okay. You have to put bacteria in the septic tanks, probably flush it down the toilet or enter it directly through a hatch into the septic system. The bacteria eat the solid waste, converting it to liquid. So it doesn't, so the bacteria do the job of breaking down all the solid waste. So all the dookie and toilet paper and stuff like that. And then they turn to liquid, and it takes, it breaks it down, so it takes longer for that tank to fill up, for you to then call a company to come and suck out all the stuff that's inside. All right. You have to, it's like a big vacuum truck that comes and empties it. So let's see. In recent years, buyers and sellers have become increasingly aware of the possible danger posed by radon, lead paint, asbestos, building materials, toxic pollutants, urea formaldehyde, which is spray foam included in spray foam insulations. It's called UFFI, and other environmental hazards. Licensees should be able to direct their clients and customers directly to websites or local agencies or professionals that could give them guidance on it. Now, among other areas where problems arise is where an agent tells people things like, property values are sure to go up 10% in the next year. How would you know? Don't go saying stuff like that. If someone relies on that information and they don't go up or they go down, you could be liable for their damages. Now, the judge saying things like, judgments have all been cleared up. The problem's hooking into the sewers. No problem hooking into the sewers. Well, it may be a problem. There may not be any municipal sewers nearby, or they could be far away, and there could be expensive, if you can at all, it could be expensive to hook into them. Questions about the boundaries, zoning, and size. You got to be careful. Don't just talk out your mouth. Verify and know the information before you say it. Because if someone relies on information you tell them and it's false or misleading, you could be held liable to them for damages. That's money. Okay. You should especially be careful if it's in a historic section of town. You know, New Jersey was the third state in the nation that was admitted to the Union. So we have a lot of history here. We've been out here for a long time in New Jersey. It's one of the older states. So it's hard to go 100 feet without coming across a historic property or historic section of town. You know, you see signs all over the place. This battle was fought here. That battle was fought there. George Washington slept here, you know, all kinds of historic stuff happened here in New Jersey. The Underground Railroad that facilitated the escaping slaves from the South up to the North where they could be free. New Jersey Mount Laurel specifically was one of the endpoints of the Underground Railroad, where people would then come out to and either settle there or then travel to other parts of the country where they would live free. We have a lot of history here in the United States. So if you are selling a house that's in a historic section of town, be careful about telling people, oh, you could always put an addition on here or put a pool back here. Be careful. If that house is in a historic section of town, you need to get the permission from the local historic society in addition to the building department before you could do anything. And usually historic societies do not want you to alter the footprint of the building, and they want you to maintain the exterior look. So if that person bought a building because you said, you can always put a deck back here or a pool or an addition, and then they find out they can't after they bought it, they are going to come after you in a lawsuit, possibly. Be careful about quoting square footage of homes. If you're not in possession of a blueprint, you better damn well know what you're doing, because people will sue you if the house is 100 square feet less than what you quoted. So don't go guesstimating how big the house is. Most people I see that guesstimate are way off on the size. And you can get sued for that. That's why most real estate agents in New Jersey do not quote the square footage of homes, because we live in a litigious society and people love to sue. Right. So careful about that too. So here's the best way to avoid misrepresentation on page 55. Highlight the title, "To Avoid Misrepresentation," and then draw an arrow down to this line. Highlight absolute statements should be avoided, and then draw a line from that to this other highlight. Requests for information should be met by referring questioners to the experts, to the expert sources. Okay. All right, so this is a cutaway of a septic system, a septic tank, what they look like. So you'll have a pipe that comes from the house. It goes to this tank that's buried in the ground. Here is a 2-compartment septic tank. They could run in all kinds of sizes, small to huge. And the liquids come in and all the solids drop to the bottom. The greases and sludge, they float to the top. And in the center is the effluent. That's the liquids. And these are hatches at the top where they can have access to it to vacuum out and clean out the septic system. So here is a 2-compartment. There's a concrete wall here in between in the center. So the liquids will come out and flow over into the next section. Unless you don't maintain it with the bacteria and the solids build up, they can go into the next area and then fill that up. And hopefully you have a screen or some kind of protection here that does not allow any solids to get through this last pipe, because then if it gets into the drain field, it could be very expensive to replace it and fix it. You'd have to dig up the drain field, and that could run you upwards of $50,000. So you have these perforated pipes where the liquids will run out of. They'll go through the gravel and sand and such, and there's natural bacteria in there that will further keep eating away at the waste. You shouldn't park any cars or plant any plants above septic tanks or drain fields, because it could interfere with their operation. So it's not just one pipe that flows out. It comes out of there, and then it goes to a series of pipes in the yard that are buried, and the liquids come out and they float into the ground. For every 1 gallon of water or liquid that goes in, 1 gallon flows out. Here you could see a drain, the vacuum truck coming to clean out a septic system. They opened up the hatches here. Sometimes they get buried, you know, people planting stuff over them. That's not good. Cleaning the stuff out that's inside of there. It's your own private sewer system in your backyard. You need to maintain it. You got to keep those bacteria alive and keep putting them in, keep adding them. Because if you don't, or if you start using antibacterial soaps and detergents, this kills the good bacteria and it could cause your septic system to fail. It requires a lot more maintenance than private sewers where you flush the toilet and away it goes. It's never to be seen again. Who cares what happens to it, right? Well, if you have a septic system, you need to maintain that system. How often should you get it vacuumed out? Well, you need to make sure that you keep the bacteria in there that are eating the solids, but it depends on your tank size. Let's just say you have a 1,000-gallon tank and you have a three people in the household. Every 3.7 years. If you got 4 people in the household, every 2.6 years, 2.5 years, basically, you need to get it drained. And if you have a dishwasher or garbage disposal, add another family member to the size for each one of those. So if you got both of those, it's like you got 6 family members. So every year and a half, it needs to be vacuumed out. Okay. How do you get water to your house? Well, from the public, from the water company, they get their water from a lot of different sources. And then they have pumping stations that pump that water to your homes. They have water towers. The purpose of water towers is to pump up the water up into a high tower, which these things can hold upwards of 10 million gallons of water. And the height that they're at, you know, a gallon of water weighs about 9 pounds. So for every foot of height, it adds to the pressure that they come out and the distance they could go through the pipes and come to your house. This is how, when you turn on the faucet at your house, water flows. I mean, what would cause water to flow through a pipe? It has to have some kind of pressure, whether it's pumps or water towers. Water towers are a way for these pumps not to be constantly running and saving electricity, keeping costs down. And you'll have plenty of water for reserves for emergencies. When everybody is showering in the morning and brushing their teeth or cleaning their dishes, or if there's a fire and they need to put out a fire, that water will be available in that reserve tank. New Jersey Consumer Fraud Act prohibits misleading and fraudulent scam practices, and they give fines up to $10,000 for a first offense. We learned about the Sherman Antitrust Act. This makes price fixing illegal when agents from competing firms discuss with each other the fees that they charge the public in an effort to set an industry standard on commission rates. It also makes allocation of markets illegal, where you're dividing the market share based on geography or cost. Agents should, this is some advice for you and probably an answer for an exam question. What should you do if somebody starts talking to you about the fees you charge the public? If another agent from a competing firm, you start getting into a conversation like that, what should you do? You should immediately disassociate yourself, separate yourself from the slightest discussion with the competition about commission fees or rates. Violations of the Sherman Antitrust, the penalties can be severe. It's considered a misdemeanor crime, punishable by up to $1 million fine and 10 years in prison. Remember, I told you guys about this already before. And I told you that I told you about that great chicken conspiracy. You know, it doesn't apply only to real estate; it applies across all industries. Price fixing was used to break up Standard Oil into 32 different oil companies in the 1930s. Actually, just yesterday, I was playing pool in my pool league, and there was something on the TV about price fixing that just occurred. Trying to remember what it was. Oh, eggs. Eggs. Um, the remember egg prices were so high? Well, uh, President Trump had the Department of Justice look into it to see if there was anything nefarious behind that. And they found that some egg producers were actually price fixing. There were three major egg producers that were caught price fixing, and that was a story I heard about just yesterday on the news. So first time it was about chickens, then it was eggs. So I guess it's like the same producers. They didn't learn their lessons, right? But price fixing covers everything, all industries. Okay, it's a law that prevents anti-competition practices. Okay, because when we compete against each other, it's good for the prices for the public. Brings prices down. But when we don't compete, when we collude with each other and work with each other, work with the competition, instead of trying to get all the business from them, prices go up. They stay high. It's not good for the public. All right. So if you mention a specific commission rate or amount in any advertisements that you do, you have to also add this statement to the ad. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Yeah, but I'm advertising that I charge low commission rates. Let's just say I charge only 2%. And you want to brag about it in your advertisements? Well, you still have to put this in there. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. Now you may be thinking, well, I'm not negotiating lower from 2%. It does not matter. Anytime you put a commission rate or amount, you have to say in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. And what is the purpose of that statement? It says that you're in compliance with the state and federal laws, that you do not engage in the illegal practice of price fixing. So this price that I am quoting to you that I charge has not been established through any collusion with the competition in the marketplace, or set by any trade association, MLS, or real estate agency, or real estate commission, or anything like that. So we should already have this highlighted. You guys already have this highlighted. Well, I guess we got a couple new students. So if you didn't have this highlighted on page 55, you know, the Sherman Antitrust Act was passed in 1890. So it's been around for a long time. And it's to encourage competition and to prevent certain anti-competitive mergers. You guys ever see that show on TV? It goes by a couple different names. It was called the Titans of Industry, the Men Who Built America, and then I think there's also a version from a different channel. I know there was the Fox cable channel has a series of history stories that they make. They're like reenactments. They're very interesting stories. And then they were picked up and licensed and rebranded by the Discovery Channel and by the History Channel. Okay, so there's a couple versions of them. They're pretty much the same. They just got different names added to them. But they're very interesting stories. They talk about, you know, the Titans of Industry, the men who built America. They talk about how the steel industry was built, how the gas industry, which started with oil industry, the train tracks and train industry for transportation, how electric came about and was created. The first assembly lines, how they were created and perfected by Ford. But that was a little bit later in history in the 1900s. But they go over a lot of these industries and how they were created and formed when there was no regulations for these things. There was no laws to cover them. And it's quite an interesting story how some of these family dynasties became stupid rich, that even today their children and their ancestors, are rich, are still living off their riches. You guys know that guy, that reporter on CNN? Used to be blonde, now he's got white hair. Anderson Cooper. You guys ever hear that guy? His last name really isn't Cooper. Okay, he actually comes from a very rich family, a very historically super rich family that was built up. Although one of his ancestors saw that they were going to be not living up to the standards, so they started. He gave back to a lot of that, was philanthropic with it. Gave a lot of it away to charities, but it's still a wealthy family. The Vanderbilts, you may have heard of them. That's Anderson Cooper. He's one of the Vanderbilts. You guys remember Victoria Vanderbilt? That was his mother, I think. All right. J.P. Morgan, the banking industry and lending. That's where a lot of that came from. So you may want to look into those shows. They're pretty interesting. All right. Everybody got these notes here about price fixing and allocation of markets? All right, continue here on the next page, 56. This is starting at the second paragraph on the page here. Yeah, 1, 2. Violations occur only when competing firms agree to act together in these matters, and here's the fines for Sherman Antitrust Act. I know most of you got this already. I just want to make sure that the new people, they got it as well. Looks like everybody's good. All right. Ethics, liability, and disciplinary offenses. We're going to talk about breach of duty, fiduciary duties. Actually, we already did. Failure to observe standards of care, conflict of interest. We went over different forms of misrepresentation and numerous other offenses that could result in fine, suspension, or revocation of license. We already went over a lot of this stuff. So, errors and omissions insurance. This is the real estate's equivalent to medical malpractice insurance like a doctor would carry. We have to carry this insurance. Now, your broker already has a policy that covers the office and the agents in the office. But when you start working there, they're going to charge you a fee. So when interviewing, you need to ask them, what do you charge annually for E&O insurance? They're going to pass those costs on to you. So E&O, that's errors and omissions insurance. It covers us because we make errors. We're all human. Or omissions. You could have forgot to put something in the contract and you end up getting sued over it. Well, that's why we carry this insurance. It's important to carry. Now, it doesn't cover you for fraud. So don't commit fraud. Don't lie to people or take advantage of them. All right. No, they talk to you here too. You may try to be on the safe side of things and put disclaimers like you want to quote the square footage of a house. But you make an error in your quotation of that. Well, somebody can sue you for that. Errors and omissions insurance could help you with coverage for that, as long as it wasn't intentional misrepresentation. Now, just simply putting disclaimers in your ads that the information furnished is believed correct but not warranted, they're of little value. They cannot cover the spoken repetition of it. So basically, you put a disclaimer on a piece of paper, but then you keep telling the people, hey, this is 3,000 square foot house. This is 3,000 square foot house. And really, it's 1,500 square feet, because you don't know the difference between a 3,000 and a 1,500 square foot house. That's the insurance would cover these errors or omissions. But be careful about putting disclaimers in and then giving wrong information and then repeating it, because the insurance may not cover you for things like that. But your potential liability for undisclosed defects is somewhat lessened if you have the seller fill out that property condition disclosure report that I showed you guys. So here we go. E&O is the real estate industry equivalent to medical malpractice insurance a doctor carries. This just says everything like I explained it to you. I put up a slide that puts it in my own words here. All right, now to avoid dual contracts. What are dual contracts? Well, when you put a contract together and make an offer for a buyer to purchase a seller's home, the contracts, after they're signed by both parties, they go to the attorneys. Well, the buyer's lender, who they're getting a loan from, is also going to want a copy of that contract. However, let's just say the property was $300,000, but the contract you send to the lender is for $325,000. That's mortgage fraud. You're trying to get an extra 25 grand out of the lender. Don't do that. That's dual contracts. That's fraud. And this makes a good segue to ethics, because clearly if you're involved in dual contracts, you are ethically challenged. Okay. So ethics are the standards that dictate the moral principles addressing two sides of the profession: how an industry's professionals treat each other and how we treat the public. Okay. I guess that's a good way of explaining what ethics are. And here we have that explanation on page 58. But you don't need to highlight that. But most professions have a code of ethics. Realtors, we have the Realtors Code of Ethics. Doctors have the Hippocratic Oath, even though they have not been following it in recent years with all the, pushing of the gender bending for children, giving them puberty blockers and, those genital mutilation surgeries and stuff before they're adults and competent to do so. It's child abuse, basically. That some people are framing it as, it's for their mental health. No, it's not. You don't do that for a child for many other reasons. These doctors have been violating their Hippocratic Oath doing this stuff for years now. And it's finally come around with a lot of lawsuits. You're getting a lot of people who got these surgeries and took these puberty blockers, which when you just stop taking them, you don't just go back to your body creating all the hormones again. It really screws up your development. And a lot of these doctors and hospitals are getting sued now by people who had these things done. So they violated their Hippocratic Oath. So they get lawsuits. And attorneys, they have their code of professional responsibility. So we all have an ethical guideline to follow. The Realtor Association had the Realtors Code of Ethics they created back in 1913. Remember, New Jersey didn't require licensure until 1921. So prior to that, there was no oversight. Anybody can be a real estate salesperson. The word realtor didn't exist. Realtors are members of a trade organization called the National Association of Realtors. These are licensed real estate salespeople who choose to join this organization and hold themselves to higher standards. Okay. All right, so here's a slide I put with a bunch of links and organizations and stuff. NAR, here's the website, realtor.org. Realtor.com is for the public. Realtor.org is for us. But now they changed it to nar.realtor. So if you go to realtor.org, it'll redirect you to nar.realtor. .realtor is a top-level domain, just like .com today. And if you are a realtor, a member of the organization, you could reserve your top-level domain in .realtor, like victor.realtor or whatever it is. I prefer the .coms still. Nothing beats those, but they're hard to get. A lot of them have been sold. Look up your name. I bet you somebody owns it already. But hey, I've been investing in domain names for a long time. I think you guys should look up a couple. You could start looking them up now to reserve them for your own websites. You can have a real estate website, but what is it going to be called? What's the domain name? What do people type in to get to it? Come up with some ideas. Come up with some names. Start brainstorming now and looking them up. GoDaddy.com is a pretty good, reputable place where you could buy them. All right, so the Realtor Code of Ethics training class you need to take and complete every 3 years. The first time you take it, it's got to be done within 45 days of your membership. And here I have a link to the latest version because they update it every year. So here's the 2026 Realtors Code of Ethics that you can download. You can check that out. It was updated January 1st, 2026. These are the different parts to it: the preamble, the duties to the clients and customers, duties to the public, duties to other realtors, and then they have some examples, explanation notes. So I'll share that link with you here. You could even take your Realtors Code of Ethics training class online here by clicking right here, Code of Ethics Training. Or you could take Code of Ethics classes in person, but they'll usually charge you like 10, 15 bucks to take it. But you could take it locally and not be online. And here is that. You can look it up, check Code of Ethics status. Mine, I think mine is coming up. Let me check. My current cycle ends December 31st, 2027. So I got to do mine by January 1st. Okay, but I'm good till the end of 2027. So I'm good still. It says incomplete because I didn't finish that. I'll finish it before that date. But you can take the training class online. Look, oh, look at this. Even through the Realtor Association, you could take fair housing class now, which is some of your one of your requirements for the renewal of your license. But you got to check and see if you take this class, if it's approved by New Jersey for CE credits. Oh, you guys aren't seeing this. Sorry, switching back and forth. Here, I signed in, I logged in. You can see my current cycle ends December 31st. I did not finish the ethics class yet, but I got until December 31st, 2027 to finish that. Okay, we have New Jersey Realtors that has all kinds of cool tools on their website. We got the NAR Resource Legal Library database where you could ask questions and look things up if you got questions about your practice in real estate. That's a very useful tool. You can look up realtor legislative issues. You know, the New Jersey Realtors has our own political action committee too. We have attorneys that deal with government affairs. They try to promote laws that are good for home ownership and renters and such, and against those that would make it more restrictive and increase costs on property owners and landlords and tenants. So they put a lot of protections there. That's what they fight for. And here you can see some of the issues of the government affairs that they've discussed. Okay. Everything, some federal, state issues, local issues, consumer protections, flood disclosures, political action committee, the graduated percentage fee, that's the New Jersey tax, issues and mobilization fund. Okay, whatever. Okay. So let's look at some local issues. Age-restricted housing, short-term rentals, rent control, certificate of occupancy requirements, and sign ordinances. Let's see what the CO requirement. Tom's River saw an increase in real estate transaction delays and some of the highest CO fees in the state due to a new ordinance. Okay, so they went and they fought against that. Rent control. Okay, obviously different places. They fought against rent control policies that may be abusive in the towns. Short-term rentals. That's fine. Okay, age-restricted housing. Okay, that's like 55 plus in senior housing. Can anybody buy a home in a 55 plus or senior housing, even if you're 21? Well, it's meant for senior housing, but anybody can buy it. There were a lot of towns that put restrictions and ordinances in place that said you need to be 55 plus or a senior in order to buy senior housing. And that's to protect the seniors, right? Otherwise, you get these investors, they come in and they try to buy these senior housing and 55 plus and senior housing communities. And then they turn around, mark up the prices and rent it at a higher rate to make money off of the seniors. Kinds of defeats the purpose of senior housing and 55 plus communities. But this is one I do not agree with the New Jersey Realtors Association on, because they just like to promote sales to anyone. They don't want anything to stand in the way of sales. So they said, yeah, you could be any age to buy it, even though you have to be 55 or over or a senior 62 and older in order to live in them. Okay. Yeah, I think that kind of like raises costs though of the real estate for those seniors. So I'm kind of against that. The only instance where you should be able to buy and be under those ages is in those communities is if you're buying it for a family member, perhaps, and helping them out, but being an investor, I don't agree with that. But either way, that's what the local court decision ruled in 2024. This was a recent thing. So let's see, that's local issues. We also had state and federal. Let's see the state issues. About doing BPOs and CMAs. That's for us, the real estate agents, that we could do that. But CMAs came under fire in recent years, and Realtors Association stepped up to protect us to be able to do them. Because the appraiser industry came after us once again, because they don't want us to be able to charge banks and do what looks like an appraisal, but it is not. So that's what this is all about. Zappia and NJ Realtors versus the Department of Labor. Then we have Private Well Testing Act. It's been a part of New Jersey sales since 2002. The Private Private Well Testing Act has minimum testing requirements for potable water, that's drinking water, anytime that water from a property, if you buy a property or lease a property where the primary source of drinking water comes from a on-site well, or in some cases an off-site well, it's not coming from a water company. That water in that well needs to be tested. Otherwise, those contracts will not be legally binding. That's basically the rule. So let's see, what did this, the act also states on a property with certain types of drinking water wells are leased, their well water must be tested for contaminants. The results of the water test must be reviewed by both the buyer and seller, or in the case of leased property, by the lessee. We discussed that in the contract. And the state will allow property buyers or renters a $500 deduction on your taxes when you file your taxes, your income taxes, to test the water. Property taxes, I don't even want to look at that one. New Jersey's got some of the highest property taxes around. Independent contractors, lead paint, consumer fraud, limited liability companies, Daniel's Law. You guys know what Daniel's Law is? You ever hear that one? You all know about Megan's Law. What about Daniel's Law? You guys know what that is? Anybody ever hear of it? It's actually to protect those in law enforcement. You know, police, investigators, sheriff's officers, judges, attorneys, anybody who's in the field of law and law enforcement. Why? Because, well, just look at what's going on in recent years. You got everybody, oh, criminal justice system is inherently racist, or they come up with other arguments to make police the evil ones, or judges or attorneys that we could harass them or even try to kill them if we don't agree with decisions that they make or who they're protecting or who they're arresting. All right. That doesn't give you a green light because you don't like who they're protecting, who they're representing, to go and kill them. Okay. Or try to kill them. But we got a lot of whack jobs out there these days. What happened was,
why do we need Daniel's Law not to kill people?
You know, well, Daniel's Law was passed because you have all these people that are doing this gaslighting. And what they're doing is they're finding out where undercover, like police officers that do undercover stings for drugs or prostitution or organized crime. And you're getting these people that they're like, well, we side with the criminal side of the element. And we justify that we're actually in the right morally because of whatever their warped way of thinking is. And they decide that they're going to publish their addresses out there. And it's kind of like an encouragement for other whack jobs to go and harass them or worse. You can see what's going on right now in the public. You know, you got all these people, you know, you got a bunch of people that love Trump. You got a lot of people that hate him. I mean, this president had 3 assassination attempts on him already. You know, look at the Supreme Court justices. You're having people protesting, banging pots and pans outside their houses, trying to disrupt them, and they're living in their private quarters because of the way a law that they're considering or they're going to rule on, and they're trying to harass them because they want them to vote a certain way. That's already illegal. That's against the law to harass judges, to try to intimidate them to make a decision in a certain way. We've seen it with lawsuits. You know, we've seen it with lawsuits. This happened. We've seen it with prosecution of criminal cases. You know, what the hell was that guy with the? He was getting arrested, and he was like, "I can't breathe." And then they said he put the cop was holding him down. And they said, oh, the cop killed him because he had his knee on his neck. George Floyd, remember that? With George Floyd, a lot of people were being harassed, and the juries felt intimidated about that there was going to be more violence in the streets if they didn't find these cops guilty of crime. So they got sentenced just so we could have peace in the world. You know, so this type of thing happens for all kinds of reasons. You know, so Daniel's Law was actually passed because somebody tried to kill a New Jersey judge, but her son answered the door, and as soon as he opened the door, he got a bullet in his chest. So New Jersey realtors worked to have amendments made known as Daniel's Law that was enacted to protect the privacy of law enforcement officials for their security. After the law took effect, it became clear there were unintended consequences associated where realtors were unable to obtain information from information from county boards of taxation. Because what this did is it allows anybody in law enforcement, judges, police, attorneys, to submit requests to have all of their information removed from public records so that they can't be harassed and tracked down and harassed by these whack jobs that are out there. But the unintended consequence was we used to have free tax record searches that we could search all 21 counties online. Now they're all separated because each one doesn't want to be liable for not removing somebody's information from there. So instead of having one database to search all the different databases, one search place to search all these different databases, each owner of the database has to put up their own search link there. And now it's harder for us to search in one location using one search tool for all the counties. You have to go to each county, track down where their public search is in order to have it. So it made it a little bit harder for us to access public information, to do CMAs and do all kinds of stuff like that, because the property information is missing for cops and people in law enforcement. So there was an unintended consequence that backfired on us kind of by protecting them there too. So here's a law they apparently passed to try to amend Daniel's Law that would grant real estate licensees the ability to obtain information needed to conduct real estate transactions while still maintaining the necessary privacy to protect the security of the law enforcement and those involved in that. All right. Real estate licensing law was updated. Consumer Protection Act, DEP Real Rule. I'm not sure what that is even. Let me see. The proposed rules aim to address sea level rise. Oh, okay. We're all going to be underwater by 2050. That's what the rich people all say, right? Because they don't want you living by the shore. They want to make it more expensive for you to carry insurance and everything. All right. State budgets. You guys get the idea. There's a lot of information and resources here that they advocate on our behalf for real estate related stuff. Let's go back to here and you can see there's more tools. Oh, by the way, let me first copy these tools and give them to you. Let me give you some of these links. Actually, all these links are in the class links Word document. So you know what? You could get it from there. When you guys become members of the Realtors Organization, you get access to this free tool. It's included in your dues. Here's a website, narrpr.com. This is an excellent tool. There's even an app for your cell phone. We could use it for creating CMAs or just by doing property research. For all kinds of information, from tax records and public information. This is a very useful tool. If you have it built into your cell phone, if you download this app to your cell phone, when you have memberships to the MLSs, you could plug in your membership to all the MLSs that you're a member of, and then you could search and do the research through one tool. You don't have to go to every MLS to search and do research. You could do it through this one free tool that connects to all the different MLSs to get all that information in one place. It's a real cool tool. As a matter of fact, they have a blog here that will teach you how to use it for different things. If you're new to it, it'll teach you. Let me see. This is something I highly suggest, that once you guys get licensed to become realtors as well, you check this out. They've got
I
a
have a
lot.
question.
Yeah.
Doesn't that defeat the purpose of each MLS having a membership fee? Like, how do they get around that?
No, you still have to pay for you still have to be a member. What you do is, with this one tool, you could plug in your member ID and your login for each MLS that you're a member of. If you're a member of 3 different MLSs, you could search them all at one time and get all that information through one tool that connects to them. And this tool is really cool at organizing things and creating reports. It's a time saver. It's very useful. Now, look, they've got a learning section here in the blog where, look, if you're a new member, it'll show you how to do stuff. What do they got here? I haven't been here in a while myself.
Is it illegal to show somebody that's not a member of a certain MLS? Is it illegal to show somebody, like, let's say I have the app on my phone?
No, it's illegal well, it's not illegal. It's against the it's against the rules of every MLS for you to share your login with somebody. You could, as a realtor, you could log in. I do it all the time. I log in with my clients right there. I do a search of the MLS and I show them the different properties that are available. I do it right in front of them. Transparency. Let's look at the properties. Let's see, Canva templates, professionally designed templates. Okay, look at that. Okay, so they got a lot of they got some new stuff here too. But you could do prospecting, pricing, valuation. You could search for residential, commercial properties, all kinds of stuff. Let me see. I know they got a video here that explains this. This is the blog site that has all the different lessons and videos that are recorded that'll give you training on how to use the tools. Okay, so here is that blog that will teach you how to use NAR RPR. Let me go to NAR RPR now. Let me just cross that out. And let me get it from the slideshow. You can also download this tool. It works on both Mac and iPhones and Androids. Here's the other tools that we just went over. Give you guys tons of resources. Most real estate schools don't give any of this stuff to you. You got to figure this out when you get started. Now, there's also another one here that there's also another link here, NJR Forms. That's a domain name that I bought that points to the NJ Realtor contract system, the contract form system, because it's easier to remember NJR Forms than it is njrealtor.com/zip form. And it's also a lot less to type in to get to it. So the New Jersey Realtors contract form systems, which you also get for free, it's included in your membership fees, is access to that. Okay, now let me go back here, since we were talking about that Realtor RPR. Let's go back to that for a second. Here's the RPR website. Here, I'll let them explain it, because this is a great tool. I highly suggest that you guys look into it once you get licensed and you have access to this stuff.
At Realtor,
although the blog, you could start looking through the blog and watching the videos there now to get access to them for training on the thing that you're going to be using later on. You just want to have access to the tool until you get licensed and become members of MLS and a realtor. So can you guys see this? Everybody sees the shaking of the hands here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Realtor's Property Resource, we know that every realtor's goal is to be successful, maybe even wildly successful. To achieve that goal, you need to be closing deals. But it can be difficult to differentiate yourself from the competition, and that can lead to second-guessing yourself. RPR can help you overcome that feeling and stand out as a realtor. That's why we built the nation's largest property database exclusively for realtors, with the ability to search both residential and commercial properties right from the homepage. RPR is a real estate data platform that was designed with you and your success in mind. Its user-friendly and inviting interface allows you to keep tabs on your market areas, conduct powerful, intuitive map searches, farm for prospects, and create a variety of professional-looking reports that you can send to your clients in an instant. RPR isn't a magic button that solves everything. You still have to put in the work and effort, but it is flexible, easy to learn, and provides realtors with access to data, tools, and reporting to help you find clients, impress them, and bring them to the closing table, because your hard work should lead to success. RPR can be accessed online at narrpr.com and by app on both iOS and Android. RPR Residential covers every corner of your real estate business, from working with buyers to listing presentations and open houses. Quickly access everything from school, tax, foreclosure, and mortgage information to demographics, mapping, flood zones, historical data, and so much more. RPR Commercial provides realtors with a central source of information to target locations and access consumer data for business sites. With one place to access properties, perform research, and conduct site selection analysis without any high premiums, commercial practitioners can stay at the forefront of trends to help attract and retain clients. RPR's Learning Center is where you can get started and learn more. Just go to blog.narrpr.com/learning and choose the specific topic you're interested in, and then narrow down your options. You can then choose your own way of learning, from comprehensive webinars to quick video tutorials, printable guides, and in-depth ebooks. While you're on the blog, don't miss our tips and strategy articles, realtor success stories, and Decoding Real Estate, our podcast that breaks down topics and trends critical to your real estate business. Also, be sure to subscribe to the RPR YouTube channel. It's an easy way to learn more about RPR features and tools and stay current on updates and improvements. And for our new members, we have curated the best of the best under our RPR New Member Toolkit at blog.narrpr.com/new-member. RPR is a benefit of the National Association of Realtors and included in your member dues. Wow your clients and close more deals. Log in to RPR today.
Now, I'm not sure if you guys noticed that what they were doing with the cell phone right there. If you have the NAR RPR app and you open that up and you're standing in front of a house that is listed for sale or for lease or whatever, and you open up that NAR RPR app, it'll automatically open up that listings information. You don't even need to search for it. It's a real cool tool. You could stand in front of the property, just open it up, boom, you got that property's information. That's outstanding. What a time saver too. But you can see it's a lot of good information right there. Let me actually copy this video link, and I'm gonna actually put that in our slideshow here. Oh, wait, where the hell's the link? Share the link. There we go. Copy it. There we go. So to add another line here. Create a new slide. Slide will have the video there. RPR. Free Realtor membership. So I'm just creating a new slide just for that. So other teachers, when they teach this, they could also share that information. Do that video. Insert this. Done and done. All right, sorry about that little interruption there. I was just creating the next slide that integrated that video. Okay, so you got the Realtor Contract Form Systems, the NAR RPR. You have a bunch of designation classes. Designation classes are any classes that you can get additional information where you can learn how to specialize in something. And some of them offer designations, which is kind of like if you're an accountant and then you take the classes and you take an exam, you can become a CPA. It just shows that you're a certified specialist in something, okay? By taking some of these classes. Now, some of these classes are an hour long, some of them 3 hours, some of them 2 days, you know, or more. Here's a bunch of them. I got these links are resources to a bunch of designation courses that NAR offers, or that you could get through New Jersey Realtors, that they may have locally at their offices or online. Here's some of them. We have SFR, that's short sale foreclosure resource to learn about short sales, foreclosures, etc. This one does the same thing. This one was around a lot longer. It's called a CDPE, Certified Distressed Property Expert. That one used to be highly regarded. Then the guy ended up selling it. So somebody else is running it now. Not sure how good it is, but it used to be super to learn about those things. ePro to learn about technology in real estate and how to integrate it into your business. CRS is a great designation for any residential person, certified residential specialist. Now, in order to get this designation, you need to have so many types of closings, so many types of listings, and you need to maintain your training by taking so much training regularly to keep up with it. Second. Okay, you have SRS, that stands for Senior Real Estate Specialists. Oh, I don't have the link for it there, but I do here, if you go to one of these nar.realtor or the njrealtor.com, you can see those. We have the CCIM, that's good for commercial real estate. Here, let me just go down the list. I got some links for these trainings here. That CMA workshop I told you about from the New Jersey Group of Appraisers. Here, if we go to the NAR Realtor one, you can see a bunch of the designation courses that they offer right here. So these are professional development classes you could take. Accredited buyer's representative is good. You can learn a lot of stuff with that. Although one aspect I don't like about that class is they try to teach you to only work exclusively with buyers. And then you could, you know, keep your nose up in the air to others and be like, I never have a conflict of interest. I only work with buyers. I never work as a dual agent. Okay, well, then you're working harder, not smarter. Because if you only work with buyers, you could never be sick and never go on vacation or just take a day off. Because if you're not running around like a chicken with your head cut off showing people properties, you ain't getting paid. However, if you're a listing agent, you could get paid even if you stay home. Other agents would be calling your office to make appointments to show the property, and you could come back the next day or a couple days later and see you got contracts and offers on the listing, and you could still make money. All right. So we got accredited land consultants, certified commercial investment member. That's the CCIM. This is huge for those who want to specialize in commercial real estate. Very few people actually have this designation. The curriculum is about 200 classroom hours of profession of classes. I think it's like 7 different class modules. Each one costs about $1,000 to $1,200. And there's an exam you need to take at the end. And you have to have so many types of listings and closings for different types of properties. But once you've achieved this designation and all the requirements to get it, you're like the head agent in these $100 million commercial deals and more. Okay. It's something to strive for if you're going to be specializing in commercial real estate. They got the certified international property specialist if you want to deal with the global knowledge of real estate and how real estate is sold, which there's some unique things. Real estate doesn't work the same everywhere in the world. We are the greatest country in the world, and we offer all kinds of financing and stuff here that other countries simply do not do. You can't buy a house in another country unless you have the money, or you have collateral to put up to get a loan. Nobody's going to lend you money. Here we have, you could get loans without having collateral or anything like that. It's interesting. Plus, if you're working in other parts of the world, are you required to be licensed there? If you live in the United States, is there a levy, a tax levy that they put on you? Everybody, we learn about the tariffs that Trump put on, and everybody's all outraged over them. Well, you know what? You obviously do not work around the world or sell anything, because if you did, you'd realize what a big impact it has on industry. Just take a look at Harley Davidson, the motorcycle manufacturer. How many motorcycles do you suppose they sell in China? You know that the China taxes Harley Davidson at a 300% rate. The tax is 300%. That is insane. So they make it extremely expensive and hard to sell the products there. But there are a lot of other countries that tax us. I've sold properties in South America. I've referred clients down there that bought properties in South America in different countries. And there was one couple that were buying a vacation property for themselves, all cash. It should have been an easy deal, So I negotiated, I sent it down as a referral to some agents down there. I negotiated a higher commission, and it's a good thing I did for a referral fee, because the country that I referred it to had a very high tariff on any money that left their country. Okay. Now, if you guys recall, Trump was arguing it should be fair trade, not free trade, because free trade is usually free for them, but not for us. They tax the hell out of us while we give it to them for free. We allow them to bring their products here and sell their products, and we don't charge them just for bringing it here or selling it here. Or when they take money out of our country and go to their country, we don't charge them for that. They do. And I learned that years ago when I sent this particular referral, and they took, I think it was 15% of my commission. Before it left their country, they took 15% of it. So you need to be familiar with how real estate works and how other countries work when you're going to be dealing with international stuff. Anyway, the SIPS class will teach you stuff like that. We have the CPM for certified property managers. Anybody who wants to get involved in that. This is a class that was created by IREM. It's been around for a long time, the Institute of Real Estate Management. Learn about being a brokerage manager, CRB. The CRS, the Certified Residential Specialist. Counselors of Real Estate is an organization for commercial property experts. This is for appraisers. That's not for us. Green real estate. You guys want to learn the ins and outs and be a green real estate specialist for renewable and sustainable housing and energy and stuff like that? Take this class. The GRI can substitute taking the broker's class to get your broker's license. It teaches you a bunch of different stuff. That's not for us. That's not for us. Appraisers. Okay. Yeah, here's a class I took, the Seller's Representative Specialist. This same group that created this one also has one that's called the Negotiation Specialist. That's another class I took. Here's the Seniors Real Estate Specialist. And if you want to be involved in industrial and office space, this is a class that teaches you about that. And here's some classes that give certifications. See, the Certified Team Specialist. Learn about digital marketing and social media marketing. At Home with Diversity. This is for, it's not so much of a, I guess it is a class, but there are joint efforts between the Realtors Organization and local communities to teach people about housing and trying to improve communities, maybe helping clean up communities or building housing for the affordable housing and stuff like that, that gets the real estate agents involved. ePro, that's for learning about technology and integrating it into your business. HFR, Home Finance Resource, learn about the different financing techniques. Inside Sales Agents, you can learn about building up client lists and such rather than traveling around to meet clients all the time. There's another way you could do it, another specialization. Look, I know people who are involved in real estate that are very successful real estate agents, but they may be bound to a wheelchair or blind, and they're very successful at business, but they're not running around showing people properties, obviously. They're instead, they found other ways to succeed in the business, and this is one route that you could do. How about learning about luxury home sales? That's a different animal altogether. I'm not sure how good this particular certification is. I know there are other luxury classes out there that you could take that are pretty advanced, and specializing in the areas where luxury clientele would look. There's certain magazines like they put on their private jets and in the circles they run around, like the DuPont. There's a DuPont. What the heck is it called? DuPont Registry. That's another place for luxury sales. Or how about helping out our military? We got military families that often have to get relocated. They transfer all over the globe. This shows you how you could help them, not just with the sales, but the relocation of their to these new locations by using the military services to transport their furniture and things of that nature. How about this pricing strategies? This is kind of like the CMAs, teaches you how to negotiate and learn how to price properties. Real estate investing to deal with investors. Here's a class I took, the real estate negotiation expert I told you about. Or maybe you want to learn about second homes, resort properties. You could become a specialist in that, timeshare sales. Short sale foreclosure resource, or smart home specialist. They redid this website. It actually looks pretty nice now. Let's see what else we got. New Jersey Realtors has a site talking about the different designations and programs here too. They don't got all the graphics, but they got an explanation and a list of all these different designations and more than what you just seen in the last one. No, it actually looks like it's the same stuff without the pictures, without it looking all purdy. Okay, so I'll give you guys these links, these resources. I can just copy those over real quick. These 2 links will have all those other links below it there. Okay, get you a bunch of good resources. All right, we're almost done with this chapter. Okay, see, I added this video for the RPR. I added this as a slide, so you can skip that because we already watched that video. But here is a great one I think you guys should really consider looking into. A lot of real estate agents deal with resales and not particularly new home sales because they don't know how to. But wouldn't it be great if you could partner with builders and consistently get new construction deals and sell new houses and become the new home expert? This group here, they have several different certifications for dealing with new home sales, for learning how to deal with investors who fix and flip properties. And there's a couple of other different programs that they have if you go to their website, sellnewhomes.com. But let's listen to her video here explaining the different classes, at least these 2 major ones. So let me mute myself and you guys can watch this.
Hi, I'm Teresa Walsh, and I want to thank you for taking a few minutes with me to learn about our national designation training, Residential Construction Certified and Certified New Home Specialist. Now, I know you're here because you want to learn about new home sales, new home opportunities out there. Well, I'm excited to tell you that our training is going to not only open your eyes to the opportunities in there in your market area, we're going to teach you how to do the business right. Because you know what? You don't get a second chance to make that first impression. One way you could get into the new homes arena is builder representation. We're going to teach you how to identify these small, medium-sized builders, how to sell your services to the builders, most importantly, be a success. So for example, if you find one of these small, medium-sized builders, they have 25, 35 home sites, you know you have 25, 35 paychecks coming your way. You can't do that in resale. Another massive opportunity in new homes is new home buyer representation. It's interesting. I talk to a lot of real estate professionals. We attend these national real estate conventions, and it doesn't occur to the majority of real estate professionals to market themselves as a new home buyer representative. Let's capture these buyers before they go to the builders. Be known as the go-to agent in new home sales. You can't sell a buyer what you're comfortable selling. You have to sell that buyer what's right for them. So many agents steer buyers to resale because they're not comfortable talking new homes. They don't want to wait for their commission. But again, it's all about building that pipeline, creating your referral business, because when you can demonstrate value to your buyers, you're going to get loyalty. They're going to tell their friends, and away you go, building a name for yourself and your market as the go-to agent for new homes. And one last massive opportunity is infill construction. This is tear down, rebuild opportunities. Investors are looking to invest their money in these projects. We're going to teach you how to identify the opportunities, how to package these deals, and participate in the success of these projects. So I've shared a few things with you today. I'm super excited to tell you that our training is all online. So it's available whenever you are. You create a username and password, log in whenever you want. If it's 20 minutes today, an hour next week. But when you're done with those full 22 hours of training, you've earned 2 national designations, Residential Construction Certified, which teach you all the parts and pieces of a home from the ground up. We're in an HGTV world. You need to understand the product that you're selling. Certified New Home Specialist is going to share some of the ideas I shared with you today and then some. We had a national organization do an independent study, and they found that agents that have our National Certified New Home Specialist designation on average earn $53,000 more per year. You have nothing to lose. We have a full 90-day money-back guarantee. That means go through the full 22 hours of training. If you are not thrilled, if you don't feel you're going to be able to go out there, make it happen, give us a call. We will give you a full refund. So I want to thank you again for spending a few minutes with me today. And I hope that you're going to look at investing in your future and taking new home sales and making it a part of your real estate career. Thank you again so much, and I wish you all the best.
That's actually not a bad deal there. Now they got other classes as well. Hey, if it's a money back guarantee on there and you got the opportunity of making that much more money and deal in new construction, that sounds pretty good. So, let me share that link with you guys as well for that one and their different programs and training that they offer. There we go. And I believe that concludes this chapter. Well, nope, there's one more video that they got. Let me see, is that the last one? Yeah, this is the last one, because I guess they got some more training classes. Yes, they have some new training classes here as well. So let me share that too. Those links. And let's watch this now. And then we're done with this chapter.
If you are in real estate today, I have 3 words for you: what, when, and where. What are you currently doing in your business? What are you looking to move the ball forward in today's real estate market? You can't do business today the way you did it last year. It's a different market, and that market's not coming back. So you need to do something to move the ball forward. And when are you going to implement the plan? And most importantly, where are you investing your time and your money? Many of you have been on the fence or have considered investing your money in our certified new home specialist and residential remodeling specialist courses. Well, I will tell you this, we guarantee you that these are going to change your business. We even have a money back guarantee. I don't know of any other real estate courses that do that, but we've been doing this a long time and we've seen thousands of success stories. But I'm going to give you 3 ideas, 3 things you're not doing in your business. Maybe one of them, but not all 3. I don't care if you've been in the business a day or 50 years. But number 1, are you a member of your local builders association? A lot of real estate professionals are not aware that they can be members. But who are you going to meet there? Builders, developers, investors, flippers, remodelers. This is all opportunity for you to get listings and start building on these relationships because they're going to be repeat customers for you. Number 2, all of us would love a crystal ball in real estate. Do you attend your local planning commission meetings? This is where you're going to find out best possible use. You'd be driving by an opportunity today that may be zoned for 20 attached condos or mixed use. That's all listing opportunities for you. And that's what you're going to learn about at these local planning commission meetings. Number 3, what do buyers do when it comes to new construction? That's right, they go directly to the builder. And we get so frustrated. Well, rather than getting frustrated, why don't you Google yourself and see if you were looking for someone who specializes in new home sales, looking for a real estate professional in your market area, are you going to show up? Are they going to find you? 99% sure they're not going to find you, and that's why they're going directly to builders. Do you know that 60% of active home shoppers want to at least consider new construction? You're missing that opportunity. And if they don't buy new homes, what's the next best option? They're going to find an existing home and they're going to remodel it. And that's where our remodeling designation comes in. We're going to teach you how to do an RVA. That's a remodeling value analysis. I hear all of you sharing with me that buyers and sellers are asking you, well, if I were to remodel this home, what is it going to be worth after the remodeling? And that is a remodeling value analysis. This turns into listings for you. So I've given you 3 ideas that I guarantee you're not doing 1, 2, or possibly all 3 of those. Can you imagine how much you're going to learn after going through our online courses and spending time with Dennis Walsh, who is awesome? We give you 90-day money back guarantee. You've got nothing to lose. But if you are staying in real estate, ask yourself that question. Where am I investing my time? What am I doing? And when am I going to take this plan, execute it? I want to invest in something that's giving me a guarantee, a money back guarantee. I hope to see you as one of our graduates because it is astounding how many of them are top producers. So thanks for listening. I'm Teresa Walsh, president of SellNewHomes.com. Hope to see you soon in one of our classes. Thank you so much.
All right. Now that
If you are in
for this chapter. Okay, so now we're done with chapter 3. Let's do the key terms to review. At the end of this chapter, we have the key terms. So there are 4 different key terms in this chapter. It was pretty big, so you guys know what to do. I read out the phrase on the right-hand side of the page. You guys shout out what you think is the correct corresponding answer to it on the left side. There's no penalties for wrong answers, so shout them out as you got them. Are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, dokie then. So, let's do key terms 1 on page 60. Regulations prohibiting price fixing. What are the regulations that...
Antitrust laws.
There you go. Choose A. Principal who engages an agent. What do we call them?
Client.
They're the client. 6 is B. An agent who takes a buyer as the principal.
The buyer's agent or the buyer's broker.
Yep. 5 is C, the buyer's broker. Person authorized by another to act under a power of attorney.
Attorney in fact.
They are an attorney in fact, when in fact they're not an attorney. There you go, a little brain teaser for you. So 3 is D. A third person named in a transaction, not the principal.
Customer.
They're a customer. 9 is E. A written explanation of business relationships.
Consumer information.
The CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. 8 is F. Broker's usual compensation.
Commission.
Commission. 7 is C. I'm sorry, G. 7 is G. All right. Now, these last 2, the way the book got them, I think they got them switched. They got them reversed. I think they got them wrong. But anyway, let's see what you guys have to say. One who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation.
Broker.
Okay, the broker, that's what I think it should be, but they actually have agent listed as that. So I agree with you on that. I would probably put 4 next to H, even though the book has 1 next to H. And one authorized to act for another.
Agent.
An agent. Yeah, so that would be 1 is I, even though the book has 4 I. I think they got them switched there. And let's analyze this a little bit as to why that could be. Let me see. One who's authorized to act for another. That's exactly what an agent is. Now, one who's authorized to act for another in a real estate transaction and receive compensation, that's the broker, right? So I think they got them switched. So yeah, 4 is H and 1 is I, at least it should be. Okay, let's do key terms 2. Revealing to another any pertinent information.
Disclosure.
Disclosure, yeah. 1 is A. Salesperson whose broker pays Social Security and regulates their hours, etc.
Employee.
They're an employee. 3 is B. A person who enjoys the trust of another to act in that person's best interest. That's a little wonky.
Judiciary.
This one's worded a little weirdly. Take your time reading this for a second. Person who enjoys the trust, the person who enjoys the trust of another to act in the person's best interest. So you're enjoying the trust of another who's acting in your best interest. It's not looking for the fiduciary, like you said.
Fiduciary
It's principal.
principle.
The principal is the one that enjoys your trust to act on their behalf. You see how it's worded so weirdly. It's backwards. So 8 is C, actually. Agency representing both the seller
Dual
and
agency.
the buyer. Dual agency, 2 is D. A party who represents another in a fiduciary relationship. What do you call the person who owes fiduciary duties to someone else?
Fiduciary.
They're a fiduciary. 4 is E. Intentional misleading of another who is harmed thereby. What do you call it when it's intentional?
Fraud.
Fraud. 6 is F. A special relationship of trust and confidence between a principal and an agent.
Fiduciary relationship.
Yes. 5 is G. One who is empowered to act for a wide range of actions.
General agent.
A general agent. 7 is H. And who usually works as a general agent?
Project managers.
Property managers. Property
managers.
Yeah. Okay. And how do most agents work?
Special agent.
They're special agents. So what can a general agent do that a special agent cannot?
They can't prepare contracts or go over.
Well, special agents can do that too, but they could legally bind their clients to a contract. They could sign documents on their behalf and legally bind the owner of the property to the contracts. Okay, within the scope of their limited power of attorney, their authority. So that's the end of key terms 2. Key terms 3. One who facilitates a transaction without functioning as an agent. What do you call a real estate agent that helps working with you, but they don't work in the capacity as an agent? They're just a manager of the transaction. They're not working in the capacity of an agent. They are not. What do you call a real estate salesperson who's still working with you, even though they're not working in the capacity of an agent?
Transaction broker.
A transaction broker. 16 is A. One authorized to act for another in a specific transaction. They cannot legally bind someone to a contract.
Special agent.
Special agent. 14 is B. Illegal sharing of a commission with the seller.
Shopping. No.
Kickback?
Kickback. Yep, it's a kickback. 2 is C. Rules governing conduct of agents.
Law of agency.
It is the law of agency. 4 is D. An agreement between a buyer and the seller on major points.
Meeting of the minds.
We've come to a meeting of the minds when we're aware of and in agreement on all those key points of the contract. That is correct. 6 is E, meeting of the minds. Written authorization allowing one person to act on behalf of another person.
Power of attorney.
That's a power of attorney. 8 is F. One employing an agent, the client. They're also referred to as
Principals.
the principal. 9 is G. The one who brings about the sale, and therefore they're the one that's owed the commission.
Procuring costs.
The procuring cause. 10 is H.
I think we skipped. Never mind. It's okay.
No, we skip.
Nothing. I'm looking at the wrong side.
Okay, that's all right. Agent of an agent is a
Sub-agent.
sub-agent. 15 is I. A contract by which the owner retains a broker to find a buyer.
Listing agreement.
It's a listing agreement. Very good. 5 is J. Harmless exaggeration as salesmanship.
Huffing.
Okay.
Correct. 11 is K. Salespeople who set their own hours, pay their own estimated income taxes, etc.
Independent contractor.
They are an independent contractor. 1 is L. Problem not discoverable by a normal, visual, prudent inspection.
Latent defect.
That's a hidden defect, is a latent defect. Correct. 3 is M. Person licensed to assist a real estate broker. You better get this one right.
Salesperson.
There you go. Salesperson. 13 is N. Legislation required that communities be alerted to the presence of convicted sex offenders.
Megan's Law.
Megan's Law. 7 is O. And 1 qualified and prepared to purchase. What do we call them?
Forensics.
Ready, willing, and able buyer.
They are a ready, willing, and able buyer. 12 is P as in Paul. Turn the page for the 4th one. Okay, before we get started in this 4th key terms to review, at the end of the line C, on the right-hand side, at the end of the line C, write in capital letters NAR. Next, the letter G. G as in George, as in Gary. Cross out the word fraud at the beginning of the line. And above it, write unintentional misrepresentation. Unintentional misrepresentation. I know, write small.
I'm sorry, where was that one?
Letter G, I want you to cross out the first word fraud and above it write unintentional misrepresentation. The book has a bad habit of trying to define words with itself, and that can be kind of confusing. Okay, and then just below that, letter H, cross out the word fraud at the end of the line and just write the word misrepresentation.
Where?
At the end of line H, cross out the word fraud and write misrepresentation. That would be all the modifications we need to do for that.
For review 3, number 10 was which letter?
Number 10, review 3 was H, procuring cause. 10 is H, as in Harry. All right, key terms to review 4. Let's get started. Unintentional deception committed in ignorance.
And is that
Misrepresentation, correct. 6 is A. It don't sound too innocent when you word it like that, though, right? You're ignorant. 6 is A. Real estate equivalent of malpractice coverage. What do you call that insurance that we carry? Oh, I kind of gave it away.
Errors and omissions insurance.
Yeah, E&O, errors and omissions insurance. 3 is B. Member of a private national organization called NAR. What do you call the member?
National Association of
Realtor.
A realtor. 10 is C. Statewide group of real estate licensees who choose to join.
New Jersey
New Jersey Realtors.
9 is D, New Jersey Realtors. Designation awarded for advanced study. It replaces it's a class that could replace the broker's license.
National Association of, oh, wait.
Graduate of Realtor Institute.
The Graduate Realtor Institute, or GRI for short. 5 is E as in Edward. Problem when serving the best interest of both the client and oneself.
Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest.
It is a conflict of interest. 2 is F. Unintentional misrepresentation committed by someone who should have known better.
Negligent misrepresentation.
Misrepresentation, correct. Negligent misrepresentation. 8 is G. Intentional misrepresentation.
Fraudulent misrepresentation.
Correct. 4 is H. Competence normally expected.
Standard of care.
That's your standard of care. 11 is I. Standards of conduct adopted by realtors.
Code of ethics.
Yep. The Realtors Code of Ethics, correct. 1 is J. Private nationwide organization of brokers and salespeople.
National Association of Realtors.
Correct. NAR, National Association of Realtors. 7 is K, as in killer. All right. And that concludes chapter 3. All right. Let me end that recording.